the meeting in. We're missing two of our members, but I know one is on her way a little bit late, and assuming Spoon is on his way too. So we could, I think we just want to start and jump right into the Green Street School presentation. Are there any visitors that are not part of the Green Street School presentation that would like to say hello? Address us with anything? No. Okay. Handing it over to you.
Okay. So I have just a brief intro, and then I'm going to turn it over to the.
Did we move out of the way here?
Probably, so I'll put this out here. So just a brief intro before I hand it over to this truly amazing team. So our presentation tonight is going to cover 5 themes that we've been spending a lot of time on. The first one is our system of MTSS, so our academic systems and structures that we've built. Our work around resiliency. Our work putting together a professional learning community. We have some parents here in the audience who will be presenting about their experiences with Green Street School. And then we'll end with our after-school program and how that's developed over the years. Last year, our presentation was focused on transformation and how we've transformed our school. This year, our theme is how we've continued to soar. We are proud of the school we have collectively built over the last 5 years. I'm not shy to say that I truly believe we are a model elementary school. And in fact, our work with the AOE over the last 2 years has sent numerous schools to come observe our practices and structures that we've built. Lastly, before we begin the presentation, I'd like to note that it has not been easy work. It's been really difficult work, but it's been inspiring work, and only achieved through a great team effort. So tonight we have about 20 people presenting. Our team has been dedicated, hardworking, put in many extra hours, many late nights, and this team has been willing to think outside of the box. And it's really been an inspiring group of people to work with, and really proud of where we are as a school right now. So we're going to start with our system of MTSS.
So as Mark just mentioned, we're starting with our MTSS structure and academics, and the graphic that's up on the first slide kind of explains in a picture what we should shoot for in creating our schedule. So MTSS is kind of our overarching theme, and it stands for multi-tiered systems of support. And down on the bottom, you'll see all means all. And we really shoot to include all students in the work that we do, and we try to make sure that our lessons and our schedule is really focused to create a structure that is beneficial to all students.
So in our school district, I'm sure you know, we collect a lot of data. So when we collect that data, we're looking at students who are in the green, who are at the target. We're looking at students in the yellow who are near the target, or students who are in the red who are below the target. And our goal is to really look at the data and then take the data and analyze what is the problem, what can we do for next steps, what interventions can we put in place, and then as we go on, reevaluate progress, so making sure all students' needs are met. And then we have 2 intervention blocks at Green Street. So we have a math intervention block and a literacy intervention block. And these blocks are really nice because it gives each child a chance to learn in a small group setting and have their needs met. So whether a student is seeing Diane for enrichment, or working with a classroom teacher doing grade level work, seeing an academic support teacher, or getting special ed services, it's all happening at the same time, so no students are feeling singled out, and everyone gets the opportunity to learn at their level. So we have WIN for what I need in math, and then we have Tier 2 for literacy.
Is that every day for every kid in every classroom?
We have it, I believe it's 4 or 5 times a week for 30 minutes. So it depends on each grade level. Schedule is a little bit different, but it's between 4 and 5 days a week for both.
Yes, every single kid.
Yes. Yeah. So on this one, we're just going to take a look at some student perspectives on their intervention blocks.
I like Tier 2 and Win because you get more teacher attention and it doesn't have to be too easy or hard. It's like just the right level. And if it isn't just the right level, then teachers can more easily adjust because there's less students.
I think it's good having different Win and Tier 2 groups. I think it benefits to the learning because some people can get more of a challenge if they need one. And some people can just kind of stay at their level and keep learning more.
So Kaylee just spoke to our Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. Something that we implemented last year during Tier 1 math block, so whole class lesson, all kids, is that we have co-teachers in every single grade level and every class for our hour-long math block. And up in the blue, it's a little hard to see from where you're seated, but it just kind of shows our schedule in who the classroom teacher is and who their co-teacher is. So co-teachers range from academic support teachers, special educators, and on the next slide, you will see how co-teaching really has helped us to unpack our Eureka Math program. So it helps us to pare down what we want to focus on. And with our co-teachers, we have this math planning template that all grade levels use to ensure that our lessons are structured in a very similar way for each grade level. So each co-teacher has this template that they can use. We plan the lessons together, and it helps us to, it's helpful for kids because each grade level they transition to, they'll have the same math structure, and they'll see the same structure of 2 teachers leading the lesson. And then on our next slide, you'll see some student perspective again on how they feel about having 2 teachers in the classroom for math every day.
So I think it's good having 2 people for math in the classroom. I think that because kids who need it can get more help and kids who need more challenged maybe or something or do something quicker or slower a teacher can adjust to one of those things, and I think that's good.
I feel good about math because we have 2 teachers and we get more help.
What I think about having teachers for math, I think it's really helpful because you don't have to wait for a long time to get help, and having 2 teachers in the room is really useful.
It's good to have 2 teachers because you can learn 2 ways about doing math. It's a lot easier and then you can help more people at once.
Okay, so
Could you say your name?
yes,
and
Renee
what you do here?
Merluzzi. I'm 5th grade classroom teacher here at Green Street, obviously. And so one thing I wanted to focus on was, as being a classroom teacher, oftentimes the WIN group that I would have would be students that are on level or just about there. And also the pacing of WIN has always, 30-minute block sounds great, however, it goes by really quickly. And so I adapted our template for Tier 1 into something that would be useful for a WIN block in 30 minutes. So still keeping the warm-up, the mini lesson or concept development, and then still having some independent practice, and then possibly a get-to with the kids that are above and beyond and finish that work quickly. So that's the template sort of condensed down into smaller minute increments. And so often grade level students will get overlooked when considering intervention blocks. And so my question to myself was, how can I increase the rigor of the Tier 1 instruction that they're already getting in math and sort of boost it up during win time as well to get what they need. So after attending a math ed camp, realizing that number talks are super important for developing that number sense and math discourse within the classroom, I turned my focus to that as the warm-up, and then also word problems are always really difficult for students to understand, just the language in them. And so that was the focus of like the mini lesson and the concept development. So I'm gonna ask you all to humor me for a minute and participate in a number talk. So here's the intro. So right now, hang on, just listen. Right now, you're just taking a look at the image on the board and thinking first, what do you notice? And what can you explain about this picture, thinking about numbers and number talk? Okay, so that was my intro. This was the very first number talk in my WIN block this year as well. So as you look at this image, what do you notice in terms of numbers and math that you could describe? And then we'll compare your answers to the 5th grade answers to see if you actually are smarter than a 5th grader.
I want to go first.
Okay, yes.
I want to go first.
Go right ahead,
There's 4 by 4. There's a pattern, and there's different colors, which I guess doesn't have anything to do with math, right? But they do split equally into the different colors and upside down or right side up. And there's diagonals that are created as well.
Great, thank you.
You took mine, it's just
Took all of
they're equal numbers of
Yes.
front and back, or open and closed.
Divides by 2.
Yep, great. Nice.
So how bad are we compared to?
So on our next, what do you mean by that? There we go. So yeah, these are some of the student responses for our very first number talk together. And I was really impressed with some of the math vocabulary that they came up with. It's a 4 by 4 array, multiples of 4, 8 of the halves are facing up, 8 of them are facing down. So yeah, really promising things, and they noticed everything that you did, so well done. Okay, and then the next slide. So part of the Math Ed Camp in this All Learners Network is going from these high leverage assessments, which for most of them are word problems, which fit in line with what I was trying to focus on. And so we did a pre-test on 10/26, and then about 7 weeks later, we did the same test as a post-test. And as you can see the results. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but you know, 1s, 2s are, 1 is not meeting the standard, 2 is approaching, 3 is you're proficient, and 4 is like above and beyond. So going from absolutely no 4s to having 2 students in the class, and then getting rid of that one person that was not meeting the standard was, I think, really promising progress for these 5th graders. So I think also student engagement was great because the word problems were very real world based and actually like about themselves. Like I have a student who loves to get her nails done. And so one of the word problems was about how much money she would spend getting her nails done throughout 2 years. So multi-step problems. And when it's about themselves, they pay attention. So. We also followed a process for our word problems. So we would read the problem twice, underline key information numbers, solve it, use a picture if needed, and then label and use an answer sentence. It's something that I really found was the kids are transferring that process into their Tier 1 math classes, which is nice and also makes them more successful, I think.
This is me. We'll explain this, Gary Graphics. So a lot of our teachers, I'm Bryn Tucker, and I'm an academic support teacher here. This year I'm supporting 4th grade, 5th grade, and kindergarten for the first time ever in my career, which has been great. So we've talked a lot about how the schedule allows us to really target intervention. We've talked about how lesson planning and co-teaching helps us target intervention, and we wanted to share a couple case studies about students that we know to kind of share how that makes an impact in students' trajectory through their experience here at Green Street. So we're going to share 2 stories. One is of a current 4th grader. So this is an assessment that we do. It's called a RCBM, or Reading Curriculum-Based Measure, and basically a student reads a 1-minute timed reading passage, and we see what their fluency rate is, how many words read correctly in a minute. And it correlates very strongly with predicting reading comprehension and future reading success. And so this student started in 1st grade, and this dark black line is the national 50th percentile. So here's where the average 1st grader is reading. It's about 30 words per minute, 36, I think. And this student was below, obviously, that national line. And also, this is our Green Street 50th percentile, the tiny black line. So the student in the beginning, or the middle of 1st grade, which is when we start this assessment, was clearly well below the target. And then in 2nd grade, was coming a little closer and closer, and then even closer to the national average. And Becky's going to talk a little bit about the kind of intervention this student received that helped support that progress. The other really fascinating and interesting thing about this box and whisker plot to me, and hopefully to you too, is that not only is this student approaching the 50th percentile, but our median 50th percentile here at Green Street went from way below the national average to approaching it to now surpassing the national average. So not only is this student getting closer to being near reading like his or her grade level peers, but also all of the peers at the same time are increasing their fluency rates in relation to those national averages. And to this day now in 4th grade, again, here's the national average, and here's where our median 4th graders are reading. So Becky's going to talk a little bit about what was in place for this student.
Okay. So I'm Becky Peloso. I'm a special educator at Green Street. I've been here for 17 or 18 years. And I was fortunate enough to be the student's interventionist. I met him at the end of 1st grade when he came to our data meeting at the end of the year, and we were reviewing what students might need going through to the next year. He was referred to me as a student who might need some more intervention in 2nd grade, and I happened to be at that time working 2nd and 3rd. I'm now actually K through 3. I didn't mention that before, so I get to see kids for multiple years, which is wonderful. So anyway, I met him in the beginning of 2nd grade, and he was not reading and was pretty frustrated, which I don't blame him, and not really engaged in the classroom. And so I started taking him in a tier 2 group for 30 minutes and then keeping him for an additional half an hour for some more intervention. And the progress was slow. It was okay. It wasn't great. And I was realizing that a group of 4, we weren't able to really make a great connection. And one of the things that I really work hard to do is make connections with students, and feeling like that's so important because that's how you can really start to make progress. So I started having breakfast with him every morning, and we did that all 2nd grade, every morning. And we ate together. I brought my breakfast, and we read. And sometimes I read to him books that I brought from home. Sometimes he brought books. And all of a sudden, we started to really start to make some gains, which was amazing. And by the end of the year, I would catch him, we'd be doing a Wilson reading lesson, which is a real scripted lesson, and he'd have a book under the table. And when it wasn't his turn, he was reading, and I was like, okay, we are really going somewhere. I was so excited. Anyway, so at the end of the year, he decided to join the junior drama club. He was in a little school play. And then I actually didn't see him all summer. Came back in 3rd grade. His teacher came to me, he'd lost all this ground, but you can see he started well below again. Picked him right up again, started going, and he just took off. And by the middle of 3rd grade, I ended up dismissing him. I miss him from my group, but he was ready to go. And he ended up joining another school play. He's in calligraphy. His whole world changed by learning to read. It wasn't just that he learned to read. He was just engaged in lots of things in school. Anyway, he comes and borrows books for his sister, for his little brother. It's just an amazing story for me to have been a part of this student's experience. And I'm excited to see where he goes, and he's still here for a couple more years, so I'm happy to see that. But this is just one example of how our intervention process can be so powerful, but also the part about having a relationship is so key, because we learn to trust one another and really work together. Yeah.
Now, do you know if he had any summer help?
He did not.
This past, coming into this September, because he really
he did not.
did great coming in after summer off.
Yeah, he really did. I think once it became solid, he's just a reader now. This early reading, can be a little like, he's got some skills, but it's not totally solid. And then he was able to really, he was holding on to it and was able to really move. Yeah. So. That's my story. It's exciting.
We have one more story, more data points. So ideally, we love to catch kids, like Becky was talking about, in 1st or 2nd grade when it's very early and we can intervene quickly and the gap's not yet as wide. This is the story of a student who's currently in 6th grade. And I'm going to put my bad knee here, Teresa. She was, well below the target for many, many years. And I'm going to bring you to the point of the story at the beginning of this student's 4th grade year. She's below the 10th percentile starting 4th grade. And this was a year, actually, in the entire cohort, only 17% of those students left our 3rd grade reading on target. And so it was a really challenging situation. And at that time, the school got together and looked at the additional resources that we had in place to say, how can we best tackle this challenge systemically? So it's not, if we have so few kids meeting the target, I can't pull tons of kids for breakfast every morning one-on-one and do tiny interventions. And you as a district invested that year in a new Tier 3, which we used as our main reading program called Language Live. And we implemented that with about half of the cohort when they started 4th grade. And additionally, we had a teacher-to-student ratio. That year we co-taught that literacy class, so there were 2 teachers with about 11 kids. So it was very, very intensive instruction for 90 minutes a day. In the beginning of 4th grade, the student would hide under desks, usually when it was any academic work time. When we would try to feed her chapter books, she would push them away. And so there was a real lack of confidence and skills, and there was a lot of things going on in this child's life that made it really hard to be present and to learn at school. And so 4th grade was really a different year for this child in terms of starting to make up some of this progress and then maintaining that progress over the summer. So the things in place were a 90-minute co-taught, very intensive intervention block with a really targeted research-based curriculum that we were using. The student also got extra reading intervention outside of that 90 minutes. There was a lot of targeted math support. Additionally, there were a lot of wraparound supports as well. So the child was seeing our school-based clinician, the child was having lunch with our counselor, the child was seeing the therapy dogs that came into school to get that kind of support. There was a lot of peer mentoring and coaching. There was tons of support from outside of the school as well in terms of the family to support the student and finding what was just the right way to support and just the right way to push. I'm really excited to report that this is the student's 5th grade year, where she soared above the national and grade level target, and here she's in 6th grade. She's reading almost 180 words a minute, proud as can be, tackling huge chapter books, singing in front of the whole school, shining. She still has lunch with me every week and gives me parenting advice, wise parenting advice. I'm having this issue with my child. She's like, you really just have to honor, what he's going through right now, the supports he can give. So it's been an incredible transformation to watch a child from cowering under a desk with lots of wraparound support. It's the curriculum and it's the ratios, but it's also all of the people in this building who are loving and connecting with the children. And to see the transformation in the child, and these are just 2 stories, but I see that all the time with our students, from what they're getting during the school day, with what they're getting in after-school programming, with seeing how they interact with so many people around the building. So these are really exciting pieces to be part of.
All right. My name is Allegra Kerrigan. I am in my 2nd year teaching kindergarten here at Green Street School. I'm going to be talking to you about some of the outdoor learning experiences that are in place in kindergarten. Some of them have been in place before I got here, and some feel pretty new to us. So you can see we've got some of my kindergarten friends up here enjoying the outdoors. When we have our outdoor time, we usually begin in the outdoor classroom, which is a new addition to our school. It's great if you haven't been out there to see it. So it's set up in a way with stone benches facing a whiteboard, and so we can do any of the instruction inside, outside, which is great. So we began all of our outdoor lessons there, where we would be reviewing our expectations, going over the objectives, and doing like a mini lesson in that space before we move on to either trail building with Rachel Mangina, our art teacher. So we've been going in the woods and working on some trails. We have a collaboration with Joan from Beak, and she's been coming to visit us on Friday afternoons. We just recently did a program with her that covered animals in winter and dovetails with our next generation science standards, which the kids enjoyed a lot. And we also are working with the garden coordinator to work in our garden, and we've brought that inside for the winter. So we have a relationship with Y'all of Vermont, and we're growing herbs for them in our classroom, which has been pretty terrific. It's been a nice opportunity for the students because it gives them a place to practice and have failures. Like our cilantro recently all died and our parsley didn't come up. And Yala's expecting parsley and cilantro. So we're gonna have to try again. And they weathered it pretty well. Like one day all of our cilantro was up and the next day it was all flat. And it turns out it's because our planters buy our heater. So we cooked them. But they handled it great and they're ready to try it again. And it's a nice opportunity for them to fail and try again without any sort of feeling of judgment attached to it. So we kind of figure out what went wrong, how can we do better next time, and let's try again. And you can see we do that outside too. Sometimes we get really muddy. So that's the project here. Oh, I'm sorry, do you mind? Right here at the end, we read a book about Leaf Man, and then we built our own Leaf Man outside while the other half of the class was building a trail. If you look here, we were working, honestly, just making mud pies and playing in the mud because it's fun to explore when you're in kindergarten. And then at the end, we were doing some garden observations. We were going on an insect hunt. So we talked about what makes an insect, and then we did our observations, and they were so excited to call all of their friends over to see what they could see. If you want to go to the next slide. If you look up there on the top right, we were in the middle of a lesson on leaves and we found a spider. So we just stopped everything to explore the spider. And they were so smart, like we were counting its legs, we were talking about why it wasn't an insect. And just being outside like that gives us the opportunity to explore new things, and if we don't cover everything and it takes a different trajectory, we have the space for that. In the middle you see the little guy with it's hard to see, but he's got a leaf, and we were looking at really seeing. So every kid just picked a paint strip, and then we went outside and tried to find things in nature that matched the color. And it was fascinating. So some of the students, I'm sorry, I should say back up. Some of the students, I just can't see it that way. They might have a harder time working in the classroom, sitting at their table, trying to form their letters and numbers. And then they have an opportunity like this to really excel and show something else they know how to do that we didn't even know was a skill of theirs. And he was so proud of himself to be able to do that. And then over on the far left, we've got our little trail builders. And the goal is to have a trail that comes off of the boardwalk that was built, where we can do some outdoor learning there as well. So those are just some of the reasons why I like to be outside. It challenges kids, gives them a safe place to fail, practices boundaries, and gives us an opportunity to see kids thrive in different settings, not just in the classroom. And that's learning outside. Any questions? I see Jill has a question.
Does Green Street still work with the Four Winds program?
The other kindergarten class does have a Four Winds volunteer, and if anybody would like to come to Four Winds in my classroom, they are welcome to. I love that program. I was a Four Winds volunteer for a long time. So yes, we have that space to have that. And if I didn't say, both kindergarten classes are outside every Friday, regardless of whether we just bundle up.
For a couple hours?
My class is out for about an hour, hour and a half, and just because of scheduling, the other class is about for maybe half an hour to 45 minutes. So I want to make sure I covered all the outdoor things we're doing, so I'm going to double check. Yeah, I got it. Any other questions about what we do outside? All right, thank you.
I'm Megan Altschuler. I'm fourth grade teacher, and our fabulous counseling department.
I'm Tracy Benet-Perrin. I'm the school counselor here at Green Street.
I'm Erica Salami. I'm the HCRS clinician here at Green Street. And I'm Amy Johnston. I'm the Family Outreach Specialist here at Green Street School.
And so what we're looking at here, we all sort of came together to look at how can we foster a resilient community, and how has our thinking about students or our teaching changed as we've been able to increase the knowledge of the entire staff around the effects of trauma, and more importantly, the power of resilience.
So what is resilience right now? I think if you're to read in magazines and education literature, it's all about resilience. So let's talk a little bit about it, because it is a buzzword, but it's also something that is really powerful and life-changing for kids. It's actually the antidote to trauma. When we think about what can we do for kids who've experienced adverse childhood experience or trauma, we can help them build resilience, and it's critical. When we talk about building resilience with our students within our classroom, within our school, we're lessening the impact of trauma and hopefully lessening the trauma that's occurring in their daily life. It's an opportunity for them to grow as people. Some of the ways that I think about resilience, when I talk to people about resilience, I think about it on the individual level, and that's helping kids learn how to have self-efficacy, have control over their future, have a say, have some hope. That's the way we kind of look at it on the individual level, in addition to self-regulation. When kids are able to learn how to self-regulate when things are happening, that's a way for them to kind of have some self-efficacy on what's happening in their bodies, what's happening in their lives. On a little bit broader level, we're going to talk about relationships with people, and mentoring and establishing relationships with caring, competent adults is another way that we build resiliency. And then the final way that we try to foster resiliency is through communities. And we do community work here at school by establishing school connectedness, and then also in the community at large through different programming that we have here in Brattleboro, through the agencies that we collaborate with. So this is an opportunity for us to do a multi-tiered system on helping kids and families foster resiliency.
So in order for kids to take academic risks, which is what we're asking them to do every day, right? We have this incredible schedule full of all of these things and all of these interventions, and this incredibly deep learning is supposed to occur. But in order for them to take those risks, because they are risks, they need to feel safe. And I just want to share this. Oh,
you want me to share?
Yeah.
Joelle Van Len is a person who is contracted through the AOE, and she spent an entire year with us last year talking to us about how do we foster resiliency in a school. We're in a school where we've been able to identify that there is a significant number of students who have adverse childhood experience, and so how do we mitigate that? And I went to a workshop with her this past fall because she's kind of my hero, and these are the things that she says kids, and typically developing kids, have. They have these protective factors such as social support, and that's typically established in the preschool, kindergarten age. Then as kids get older, they learn about emotional regulation, and they gain skills on how do they regulate their emotions. What happens when something bad happens and they don't like it? Are they able to have a toolbox with them that helps them regulate what's happening in their body? That typically happens, again, kindergarten through second grade. Social competencies, being able to know what to do in social situations, that's typically grades 3 through 5. And then executive functioning, it's that part, that frontal part of your, that front part of your brain that helps you with planning, that helps you be able to manage what's going on, like if you have like 3 assignments and one's due tomorrow, one's due on Friday, how do you figure out which assignment to do first? So
what age was that supposed to happen?
What?
What age was that supposed to happen?
Ideally, it's supposed to happen in 6th grade, but I'm an example of how it's still a work in progress. So, and that's 6th grade and above. And as and as we think about our kiddos here at Green Street, and we think about letting them, go up into BAMS and BUHS, we want to make sure they do have some of those executive functioning skills so that they're able to be successful as they have increased demands on them academically and have skills to manage that. Now Megan's going to talk about if kids don't get those developmental milestones, what it looks like in the classroom.
So again, we want kids here to feel like they can take risks, right? We have all of these incredible programs in place. We want them to be able to access them. And so when I think about teaching in a Tier 1 classroom, right, we have all this data we collect on how they're reading and how they're doing math and where their computation is and where this is. It's really hard to collect really clear data. We don't know everyone's story on trauma. And so we need a response that is going to be good for everybody. And so I say to my kids in my class all the time, I'm like, it's my job to make you do hard things. Like, that's my job. It is my job to teach, to provide opportunities for kids to take healthy risks, right? And part of that is modeling and being honest about my own struggles. So what does it look like if I mess up? What am I going to model to you as my students if I'm messing up? How am I going to talk to myself? What's that going to look like in the classroom? So as a whole staff, we read the book Fostering Resilient Learners by Kristen Soares and Pete Hall, and there's a quote from that, which is up here. Without risk exposure, children are deprived of the opportunity to learn how to manage the intensity associated with risk, and as a result, may be set up for the possibility of even greater harm. So whether it's the cilantro failing, or raising their hand and saying the wrong answer, or really feeling like they're fearful for their safety, like, we have to help provide this environment for them to take these little risks so that they can independently take greater risks. And like I said, I tell my students all the time, it's my job to make things hard for you, right? So like, and I say it as a joke, but they get it because they're like, oh, this is hard, I don't want to do it. And I was like, good, that means I'm doing my job if I'm making things hard. And so taking risks and doing hard things at school with really scaffolded support leads to the ability to do these hard things independently. And it's essential that we keep those standards held high. So the beauty of modeling and teaching resilience in a Tier 1 classroom is that you do the same thing for everybody, right? It's what's good for someone who is 9 or 10 or 11 or 12 years old who missed some of those social support skills. It's still good for a typically developing student who's moving on in 4th grade to social competencies and executive functioning. They still benefit from those social supports being modeled. And so, what does this look like here? Like, what are we doing here? What are we working on as a staff? Number one, we look at the power of building relationships. And everyone that's come up here has talked about, like, oh, we put this intervention in place and we have this great curriculum. And I had breakfast with a kid, right? I have lunch with this kid. I show up to listen to this kid sing in front of the school. The kid looks out and sees their teacher's face in the crowd, right? And that is absolute number one. And it feels like, oh, it's not a big deal, right? But like half the battle is showing up. And the CDC, so much so that the CDC did research on this and has actually proven that students are more likely to engage in healthy behaviors and succeed academically when they feel connected to their school. So we are modeling our decision-making through storytelling. It's easy to talk about a character's decisions, right, instead of our own. We can say, oh, this character in this story did this, and here's how this could have gone differently, right? And so we're constantly using storytelling. And it's not just for the primary grades. We are telling stories and reading books aloud at every level. We're explicitly teaching self-regulation strategies more explicitly and modeling them, right? Your teacher gets frustrated. What does it look like, right? Are we yelling? Or are we like, whew, this feels hard. Like, let's take a breath, right? And like owning it. We have a lot of transitions. You saw just one little snippet of our schedule that was like 1 page in like a 50-page document of the creation of our schedule, right? There's a lot of transitions, and they're important. So we, as a school, got together and through teams, we're looking at how can we make our transitions more mindful, more focused, more connected? Are we meeting kids at the door if we're switching teachers? Are we stopping and reflecting on what just happened? Are we sharing one good thing before we move on? What does that look like? And implementing mindfulness practices and making them a part of daily routines and schedules needs to feel authentic for the teacher and match the needs of the cohort. what is working for kindergarten when they're coming in from outside might not work for sixth graders who might be rolling their eyes at you, right? Like they're gonna look different, but everyone's got something where they can connect to those kids. And so we are modeling positive communication among the staff with each other, and also we have positive self-talk, and we're modeling what it looks like to own it and say, repair a relationship if we make mistakes, what that looks like for our kids, and practice it with each other. I talked a long time, I think went away.
So as we continue to talk about how do we implement and foster resilience at Green Street, Megan, that was awesome, so thank you. Wow. So what we did last year, and I think what we're continuing to do, is to increase staff awareness. I keep forgetting I need glasses. We share the information that we learned from Joelle Van Lent through our presentations, through book study, the Fostering Resilient Learners. That's an excellent book if you're looking to learn more about the subject. I highly recommend it. I'm lucky enough to be part of the Building Flourishing Communities group that is throughout the state of Vermont. And so I've come to Green Street as well as to administrative meetings and to early ed services and to CCV, and we talk about ACEs. And so all the staff has been educated on what ACEs are. They are adverse childhood experiences. And how do we help kids who have had ACEs? What do kids who have experienced ACEs look like? And how do we support them as they grow and reach their potential? I think the biggest shift in our thinking as a staff has been not what's wrong with you, but what's happened to you. Because that's a very different dialogue. And again, that's not just with kids who've experienced trauma. It's with all kids. And you know, I have kids at my house, and I guess they're mine. And I'll go up to them and they'll do something incorrect. And I was like, what happened there? And I get a much better answer than when I go into them, you know, guns blazing. What is wrong with you? And why can't you empty the dishwasher like I asked? So these are little things that we can do, again, like Megan said, universally, that are going to help kids feel safe. They're going to help kids foster relationships with the people in our school to build school connectedness, because that's the first step in fostering resilience for kids. And it's the first step in having them become academic risk takers, emotional risk takers, and becoming the people that we know they can be.
So I'd like to share some of the things that are happening school-wide to help foster resilience outside of the classroom.
Can you say who you are and your position?
I'm Erica Salami. I'm the HCRS school-based clinician. With the knowledge that we gained from Joelle Van Lent, our librarian Shannon made sure that our library has plenty of books available that mirror the stories of a majority of our students, because having access to books that reflect your own experiences helps feel understood and connected to school, which fosters resilience. Our school support team, which includes myself, Tracy, Amy, and our school nurse, support throughout the community through involvement in after-school programs, lunch bunches, PBIS celebrations, and school committees. Having access to caring, competent adults outside of the classroom in the school community fosters resilience. We assist students with resolving conflicts in a safe environment. We teach social skills using research-based curriculum such as social thinking and care for kids, both within the classroom and in small groups. Our school support team assists all kids and families with accessing services and providing referrals to other resources in the Brattleboro area.
And that's kind of our universal support. So when we look at the MTSS umbrella, the counseling team also kind of looks at kiddos. We have universal supports that are for all kids. And then we have tier 2 supports, which may be social groups, maybe teaching kids specific social skills. We may do something in the classroom, like a universal lesson on whole body listening. And then for certain kids who need review of that skill, then we'll have them come in, we'll do small groups to make sure that the kids are learning those skills, that they're able to practice those skills and have those skills in their toolbox. We also do small groups and social media, because those are things that our students are on and they're working with, and so how do we keep them safe? And so I think our Tier 2 supports for the counseling team, we get to do a lot of interesting work with kiddos that really are meeting their needs and hopefully helping them learn skills. And of course, we have the fabulous therapy dog program. We're in our 3rd year of therapy dogs, and the reason why we use therapy dogs and continue to use therapy dogs is because they're an opportunity for kids who maybe are verbal. A lot of our kids, and younger kids through 6th grade, if they've experienced an adverse childhood experience, or even they're just not super verbal, sometimes a therapy dog is exactly what they need. It's an opportunity for them to be in a peaceful, quiet, safe space with a caring adult, myself, as well as the owner of the therapy dog, who are these wonderful, loving people who come in and make relationships with all these kids. And have some quiet time, being with an animal who loves them unconditionally and gives them that acceptance that they're looking for. We have therapy dogs in every week, at least 2 dogs per week. I try to alternate it so I also can be working individually in small groups with kids. This week we have 3 therapy dogs coming in, because this is the week before the holidays, this is a week before break, and some of us get very excited, but a lot of us here at Green Street really get stressed, because it's a time where we don't have our routine, it's a time where food may be scarce, it's a time where we're supposed to be super excited, but we know that there's going to be some disappointment. And so we want to make sure that we're providing all the supports that we can, so that kids are feeling as safe and as loved and as whole as they can as they go through these tough times. That's at the end.
Hi, my name is Amy Johnston, and I am the Family Engagement Specialist here at Green Street. I have been here for 4 months, and in this time, the resiliency work that Green Street School has done has been so evident in the classroom, in the hallways, from peer to peer, staff to peer, and staff to staff. It's really an amazing place to be, and I'm really grateful to be here. I've had the privilege of building relationships with a lot of families and students with varying needs and backgrounds, and that really makes my day whole and complete, and is my passion to work with people. I communicate with families sometimes multiple times per day, sometimes multiple times per week, or it could be a one-time instance or a follow-up or as-needed basis need. And like I said, the needs really vary. One really consistent need that I work with families is attendance, as I do track the attendance here at Green Street School. So when a child starts accruing a large amount of absences, or we become concerned at any number really, depending on the student, I reach out to our staff and to the families and see if I can help to break down some barriers as to why they're not getting here, whether it's transportation or routine. And I work with the family really where they're at, because nobody knows the family better than the family themselves. So I really like to see what's going on and how I could be supporting and uplifting to them, instead of making it seem like they're doing something wrong. So we can bring them in and have meetings and work on incentives to get them here, whether it's ice cream cones donated by the Blueberry House, or free family bowling passes. So whatever works for the family and will help to get the student here. Sometimes it is the student having peer issues, or it could be something at home. So really getting to the bottom of why they're not coming is the most important part. And again, meeting the family where they're at. Other needs could be housing or food insecurities. So I've been working with different agencies community-wide and collaborating about different mental health needs as well, and making referrals through HCRS, and working with Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust to help families who are in need of housing, and talking to local food pantries, and working with different agencies to make sure that our families have enough food to eat, because that is not acceptable. We do a lot of work here within Green Street around food as well. We're really making sure that if we have anything extra, we're sending it home and making that a priority. We've been collaborating with different agencies within our community to see if we can hopefully stock a food shelf here within Green Street School that is my goal to get that up and running as soon as possible so that parents and families have a one-stop shop where they're dropping off their kids and they can come and peruse a shelf and have choice about something that they might want to grab and can help them out rather than having to physically find transportation or walk in the snow to the drop-in or something that's really not ideal for the season or for their life. So again, meeting families where they're at. We've been working collaboratively as a mental health team during this season and working with community-based supports and integrating them into our school. Whether it was the Kids in Coats program, which provided a lot of important gear for our kids, as well as the Secret Santa program, which is going to enable many families to have a really nice Christmas experience that otherwise they might be disappointed. So again, it's all about the kids and collaborating with each other here as staff and in our community, which is amazing. It's been eye-opening to be here. So a lot of work that I do is on the Tier 3 level, but I do work with families and students across all tiers. I'm here for everybody and anybody. And I have lunch bunches in there where we can listen to music and play Uno, or I can have a staff member send down a child in tears and get a hug and talk. And it's really anyone that needs support, that's why I'm here. So my role varies significantly on an almost day-to-day, but could be minute-to-minute basis. The needs are everywhere and across a lot of environments. So my role varies, but my intention is consistent in supporting our families and our students and making sure that they have the best experience here at school. Thank you.
So I spoke earlier about some of the Tier 1 supports that I'm involved in providing, and I wanted to share a little bit with you about some of the Tier 3 or more targeted interventions that I do here. I provide individual therapy and parent support to students within our school community. I also provide family support during 504 and IEP meetings and consultation with classroom teachers and staff. Sometimes around 504 and IEP, sometimes around other concerns. I'm able to connect families with therapy services as well as other programs at HCRS, including case management, respite, and therapeutic summer camps. And I also am able to provide referrals to other Brattleboro community resources.
In all, the counseling team works hard to facilitate building relationships with families and creating partnerships with community agencies to help families access services. Students who take risks at school with safe, caring relationships increase students' feelings of success and increase resiliency. That also trickles down to families. And our goal is to help build skills for students and for families so they will not be defined by what happened to them, but what they're capable of achieving. Any questions? Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
We're going to speak briefly with you about some of the professional learning opportunities that we have at Green Street. We've talked a lot about what's in place for students at Green Street School, but I feel very fortunate to be a staff member here because there's a lot in place for us as teachers and as professionals as well. So we instituted some professional learning communities this year in which we surveyed staff at the beginning of the year to find out what they were interested in learning about, what they were passionate about, what they wanted time to dive deeper into. And so instead of having an extra staff meeting a month, no offense, Mark, but full of administrivia, is what I like to call it, we're devoting one staff meeting per month where teachers are getting together in self-driven teams and self-facilitating topics of interest and study. So the graph up top is just a visual of the range of interest our staff had. We've had 3 meetings so far, three hour-long meetings where teachers work together. I think in January will be the final of this round. Teachers will create some kind of culminating information about what they worked on and bring it back to us as a whole staff, and from there we'll decide, do we want to do more work on that? Do we want to switch it up? So it's very teacher-run. Some of the topics right now, there's a PLC on supporting emerging teachers. There's one where cooperating teachers from both Green Street and Academy School get together to collaborate on having interns and how to coach. We have teachers studying additional ways to incorporate excellent behavior management and classroom management strategies, technology, resiliency. We've had teachers working on lesson plans for our new outdoor classrooms. So that's kind of a range of some of the things that we've been working on. And Shannon's going to speak to you a little bit about our new hire PLC.
Yes, I'm Shannon Kelly. I am the librarian at Green Street, and I am also the new teacher mentor this year. Our new hire PLC is a new district initiative where every school building has a new teacher mentor in place that leads a monthly meeting with all new year 1 and year 2 teachers. And one thing that I think is unique to Green Street and really exciting is that we have a few paraeducators at our school that have joined the PLC because they have an interest in possibly pursuing a career in education or school counseling. And so that enthusiasm and interest coming from paraeducators to put in that extra time to join this PLC has just goes to show what a commitment to our community all staff members have. Our main focus in our PLC is for all new staff members to become reflective practitioners and just build collegiality. So the main focus is on peer observation. So each month we have a topic. Let's say it's transitions. So we would read a couple of articles about making successful transitions. And then each new teacher finds time to go observe a colleague doing a transition. So maybe I would go watch the art teacher to see how she gets kids to clean up all these supplies and get lined up in a timely manner. Or maybe someone is great at dismissing their class at dismissal time in an orderly way. I might go just observe a couple of colleagues to see what they're doing, and also ask colleagues to come and watch me. Like, hey, could you come early to the end of library to watch me get the kids lined up and maybe give me some feedback on how that transition could go more smoothly? I'm the new teacher mentor, but I do all these things too. I'm also a participant, though I've been teaching for 10 years. But that's also the point of the work, is that no matter how far into your career you are, being reflective and seeking feedback from your colleagues will help you grow as a professional. Yeah, so that's a bit about our new hire PLC, and this is the first year we've done mentorship this way. It's going well so far, and yeah, that's it for now.
We also have a PLC this year with our cooperating teachers, as I mentioned, coordinating with Academy School. And Green Street felt very fortunate to be invited by Antioch University, New England, to be part of their partnership program. And so they have developed, through Deb Cardane, I believe at Academy School, a new way of supporting interns. And so instead of having a 3-day-a-week part-time intern experience for the graduate students, we this year have 2 Antioch graduate students who are here with us for the entire year. They are acting as paras, but they are so much more than paras. They're in the classrooms, co-teaching, running intervention groups, supervising lunch and recess, running after-school programs and tutorings. So we feel like it's a real win for our school, and it's been such a deep professional collaboration. So I'm going to say it's a win for teachers. They're going to speak about that in a moment. There's a lot of extra support in the classrooms. Because we have extra adults, we're able to reduce group sizes even further to get kids what they need. We also have this professional learning community with other Antioch teachers who are in the same experience, so we also are reading professional articles and talking about successes and challenges and able to support each other in deepening our own coaching experience. And lots of opportunities. It's very, you're putting yourself out in a very vulnerable way to share your classroom with another adult, and also entrust your classroom to another adult to try out their teaching practice. And so in that way, I think and hope it's been a reflective opportunity for our cooperating teachers who have been so gracious and so brave to open their classrooms to their interns. I'm hoping they'll tell you it's a win for our interns as well. They're getting a very realistic glimpse of the school experience. Lots of opportunities to take on lead teaching roles and to co-plan and co-collaborate and work in a school with very diverse setting and socioeconomic needs of our students. And we do, for better or for worse, weekly observations and feedback cycles. So every single week our interns are getting observed and having a chance to debrief and receive feedback on their teaching to help support their practice. And I'm sure that it is also a win for our students as well. There's just more adults in the school. There's more support for our kids. There's another set of eyes on them. There's another listening ear. There's another person who's giving their heart to children and what they need. So we're only a semester in, but it's been a very positive experience. And we've invited our first semester cooperating teacher and intern pairs to come and share a little bit about their experience. So I'm going to turn over to Miss Myra. Miss Myra.
Hi, I'm Myra Arteaga. I'm one of the interns from Antioch, and I have the privilege of working with Allie in second grade. And it's been really fun. I remember when I first walked in, and it still happens to this day, where I just like walk to the printer to grab my lesson, and I walk through the halls and I just hear the doors are always open in every classroom, and I'm like, this is what learning sounds like. It's just wonderful to be here, and I feel very blessed to be here at Green Street with everybody. I've had the chance to observe Megan's classroom and other classrooms, kindergarteners, and just it's been really fun and just a learning experience. There's a lot of opportunities for growth in my professional and educational career goals. And what I find is that I have so much support from Allie, from Bryn, from Deb Cardane, and they just push me to wonder, to question, and just like to make me proud of what I've learned. And I see that also going towards the kids also. And I want to talk to them like they're scholars, just like, everybody else does the same thing here. So that's just me. I get really nervous when I speak, so I'm going to sit down now.
And I'm really emotional, so if I cry, it's fine. My name is Allie Bissonette, and it's my 4th year teaching second grade here at Green Street. And it is truly my honor and privilege to be a part of this program. And when Mark brought it up last year, I was like, I wonder if I should do that. It sounds really cool to be a part of mentoring an adult. I do it with kids all the time, so let's see what happens. And I was really encouraged by Mark and also my grade level partner to do it. So here I am with Myra, and it's just been so cool. It's just really amazing. Like I said, I do this with kids all the time. For 10 years I've been a teacher, and now I have this adult student. And it's really cool because the same types of things are happening where she's taking what she's learned, or she's sitting in on staff meetings, or having an assignment through school, or listening to my suggestions, and then I watch her grow and change in her practice, or I watch her fail and try again. And it's true, like that's part of what learning is, and it's what Megan talked about. It's like the comfort of taking that risk and then trying again, and it's been really incredible to watch that happen with an adult as well as with kids. It's also really wonderful to have someone in there when something insane happens and you're like, did you just see that? Or did you just hear that? Did that really just happen? And so just having that bond and having that friendship with another person to go through the highs and lows of a school day is really powerful. And I guess the last thing I want to say before I leave it to the kids' words is that it's really increased my self-reflection as a teacher, which we're always doing anyways, but just to like watch what I do through someone else's eyes and be really intentional with what I am doing all day long is really, it's really amazing, and it's really helped me grow as an educator too. So, but what I really do want to share is the kids. So we asked the kids to write, I swear we didn't tell them to write these things, we asked the kids to write what it felt like to have 2 teachers in the classroom, and we just said, if it's positive, if it's negative, whatever it feels like to you, what is that? What do you love about Miss Myra? And I'll read it to you. I know it's really hard to see, but this one here just says, oh, I don't know what it says.
This is one of the craziest things that happens in my classroom sometimes.
Okay. Modeling mistakes. Everyone's fine. She's going to bring it back up.
Bring it right back up. And Allie's going to show you how awesome it is when we get to on the spot.
I have a joke. I do. A student told me this today. So, what do you call it when it's what do you call something that's red and white and red and white and red and white all over? What do you think it is? What? Newspaper? No, I said a candy cane because I was like, oh, Christmas, right? And he said, no, it's Santa falling off the roof. I was like, okay, thank you. Add that to my toolbox. You never know when you're going to need to vamp. Okay, so this first one over here says, I like having 2 teachers. I love having Miss Myra. Miss Myra is very kind. Miss Myra is funny. So these are the things like we're talking about, the theme of relationships. They didn't say like she's the best science teacher in the world, even though she might be, but she's kind and she's funny. And then this one here, I like having 2 teachers because there's more support and more help. I did not tell him to write that. I put this one in for me. Miss Myra is the best, like Miss Allie. They are smart and loving. And there's one more. There's 2 more actually. I like having 2 teachers, and I like Miss Allie doing math, and I like Miss Myra doing literacy. So right now we're kind of splitting that load where Myra is planning literacy and implementing that with my support in the room, and I am taking on the math with her support. This one here, Miss Myra is really nice all the time, and I like having her in the class. And there should be one more. There it is. I love this one. I like having 2 teachers because if one teacher is doing a lesson, the other teacher can help a student. And so, again, I didn't tell them to say that. They're realizing that they have all this love and help and support because there are 2 of us there.
And there's all the kids sitting.
And there's all our kids.
Hi everyone, I'm Kelly Shaflett. I teach 4th grade here at Green Street School. And I'm just going to talk a little bit also about my experience having an intern this year. I was really excited when I was asked to do this because I attended Antioch myself and was a student teacher many years ago. And I was really excited to be on the flip side of that. I had a really wonderful experience at Antioch. So when Jen came to us, I was really excited. Probably the most powerful learning experience for me as a teacher was that, like it says up there, is that when you teach, you learn. It's pretty much unavoidable, whether you're teaching children or adults or whoever, you're always learning when you're teaching. And like Allie said, I really became very reflective on my own practice. I was sort of like taking just kind of zooming in on what I do. And the days here, sometimes they are fast and furious, and you're just like, at the end of the day, your hair is sticking up, and you're like, what did I just say? What did I do? So right now I'm teaching my teenager how to drive a standard. And I was thinking that it's a lot like that because when I'm teaching her, I'm sort of like, wait, what do I do? Like, what do I do when I'm backing out of the driveway? Or what do I do when I'm coming up to a red light? So I really had to stop and actually like think about, what am I doing here? How am I teaching her this? So it's very much like that when with teaching in general, but also teaching an adult too, because she's in there, and the first couple of days I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't know what's happening. Let me just take a breath. So a couple other highlights for me this year, having Jen as my intern. I've been teaching 4th grade for 8 years, and having new ideas on lessons that I've been teaching or units that I've been teaching, fresh ideas, new perspectives. Like, I'll say, like just today, I gave her some simile work. And I said, hey, you could use this. she went up and taught it, and I was like, whoa, you just did in one day what I had to do in like a whole unit. So we're learning from each other always, every single day. Also, being able to bounce ideas off each other, it wasn't just me giving her ideas. Like, we bounced ideas on how to teach every single day, so that was really, they made the lessons more meaningful and deep and rich. Another thing is having the time to step out of the box teaching and just kind of sit in the back and observe what's happening in the classroom. Really gave me some time and space to see individual students and how they learn. And I think that really lended to more meaningful connections with my students this year. I noticed some things that I wouldn't have noticed if Jen wasn't there. You know, different, like, you know, why is this student constantly putting his head down on the desk? Because sometimes when you're teaching, you know, you're managing the behavior in the room, and you're trying to get through the lesson, and you know, you're delivering this content, but sometimes you don't see things that happen in the room. And also classroom management, like I said, seeing Jen kind of model the classroom management techniques that I modeled for her, and then watching her model them, I was like, well, that doesn't work, you know, we need to change that. So this has been, it's like Allie said, it's been an amazing experience having an intern, and I really would love to do it again. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Hanrahan. I'm the intern. I just want to say, first of all, that I really appreciate being here at Green Street School. It's a wonderful culture of caring, dedicated, and very skilled staff. And I knew when the first day when I walked in the door, there was this energy, and I feel very grateful that I am able to be here. So just 3 takeaways from my experience. Well, preview, this is not my first career, and teaching is really, really hard. Like, whoa, it's really hard. So anyway, being able to be in this opportunity has provided me with an opportunity to be in this program, has provided me with an opportunity to be really integrated into the classroom and to get to know the kids. And when you can get to know the kids and build relationships, then it helps you, I think, as has been said before, to meet them where they are. And, you know, because not everybody's the same, so you don't want to apply the lesson the same way. So I've been really grateful to be there as much as I had, with incredible support and modeling of how those relationships can be. I've also had opportunities to build relationships with my 4th grade teaching team, and I'm beginning to build relationships with the greater staff and other teachers, and so I think that's a really great, unique opportunity to be able to be here every day, all week, all year. It's only going to get better. Secondly, the modeling, like Kelly talked about, I see exceptional modeling in teaching practice, in behavior management, and what means a lot to me is also the collaboration and support that I see within the team and within the greater teaching community. By being part of the team meetings, the planning meetings, and the staff meetings, I've been able to witness what seem like some really excellent practices. And lastly, I've had a lot of chance to practice, which started off with, I'm learning this, you know, I do, we do, you do kind of thing. And that's what I'm doing. So Kelly does, and then I do it, and she helps me and she guides me a lot, and then I jump in and I plan it and I do it all by myself, and then we debrief about it later so that I can do it better the next time. So that's just a really great way to learn, because I look up there and it just seems so easy when you get up there to do it. Like I said, it's really hard. And through all of it, I have just received incredibly caring support, and because of that, I feel like I've been able to build confidence that I can take with me as I keep learning into next semester, and maybe be able to do this one of these days, next year. So, okay, thanks. Oh, these are loons. We made loon models, so I did a little
I love loons. I did a little mini loon unit. So.
Jen passed her passion for loons on to me as well. I didn't even know I loved loons. I love loons now. So do the kids.
Some of our fabulous parents.
Come on in, Maureen. Hi, I'm Chrissy Howe. I'm a mom of 3 kids. 2 of them are students at Green Street School. I have a kindergartner and a 2nd grader. Both of them are really, really unique and have their own sort of stories. And Green Street has just been so amazingly supportive of both of them, like academically, emotionally, in all these ways that were just really unexpected. So I've watched a lot of this growth, and being able to be here tonight and hear how all of that happens from all of these people is wonderful. The work that you guys are doing, I can just be like your sounding board. It's working. It's worth it. I see it at home. I see it around my dinner table when my kids my kindergartner is trying to like pronounce every letter sound that he sees on a sign. And I know Ms. Kerrigan's been working so hard with him on that, and he's needed some support. He hasn't really mastered that yet, but they're working with him. And it was the attitude from the teachers. The teachers was like, don't worry, we've got this. You know, he may be struggling with this now, but he's not going to be. We've got this. And I felt so much better after that conversation. And now he's trying, really trying, actively sounding out words, which is really great to see. My other student, a 2nd grader, he has a 504. He's been diagnosed with ADHD and anxiety. He's had some problems, a lot of problems, I won't lie. And when he started kindergarten here, I was worried, frankly. I did not know how he was going to manage being in a school system or any sort of institutionalized learning. I really thought we were headed for like a special education in a private learning institution, right? I didn't know until I walked in the doors what an amazing place this was. I hadn't heard a lot of good feedback coming in, like why would you want to send your kid to public school? Why would you want to send your kid to Green Street School? Why not another school that has better resources? So I came in not really knowing what to expect, but when I settled in, realized I didn't actually have to be worrying about any of that. This school is an amazing place. He was fine. He was treated really well, and the principal wasn't even a scary figure. He comes in and he reads to the kids and he talks to the kids, and they aren't afraid of him. There isn't any sort of aspect of the school that is scary to my kids, which is wonderful. And even to my anxious, insane child who I worry about constantly, he's doing really well. He's really flourishing now. His reading fluency is amazing. At the dinner table, he comes up with these math equations out of nowhere. And he asks me to add these horrifically huge numbers together, and he somehow can just do it. I don't know what they did wrong when I was in school, because I couldn't do that kind of math when I was 8 years old. It's amazing to see that, most of the kids are learning that way too. He's not just some savant. This isn't some, outlier example. The kids overall are just doing amazingly well. Sorry, I didn't let you introduce yourself. I just went right into it. When I knew I was coming here tonight, I wanted to just ask my kids a silly question and ask them, what do they like about Green Street School? And off the cuff, my kindergartner said, what I like about school is that everyone is just really very helpful. And he was so sincere. It was really sweet to see that from my 5-year-old. My 8-year-old, on the other hand, was a little more silly. What he likes about school is that no matter what grade you move up to, you still get to have recess. So that's very important. And actually, if you think about it, that's a little deep, that outdoor play, that aspect to being a kid and getting that time in is important. It's important to learning, and it's important to childhood. I think that really does also lead into how I really think my kids are going to have great childhood memories coming from this place and having all of those experiences. The school is offering not just this, the win, the tears, and the academic support, but on top of it, they're offering enrichment opportunities and after-school programs, and all of these things are coming together to form the community that everyone has been talking about. And you can see behind me that Maureen has gathered some quotes from parents that might be a little bit small. I don't know if anyone can actually read it. I hope you guys can read it, because those are really, really like hopeful quotes from families that go to this school. And it's my understanding that the school's come a really, really long way. I will let you talk, I promise. You go.
So in November at a PTO meeting, Mark starts every meeting with principal notes. And in November he said, hey, any parents willing to get up and talk to you tonight? And just like that, parents started sliding in their seats, disengaging eye contact, and looking around the library for what's the latest building update that Mark has done here. And it took us a minute or 5 or 10, maybe 15, to say, of course we will get up here, Mark, and tell everyone how amazing this group of teachers are. I mean, just look around. And I could use the therapy dog right now, please. You could come be my safe person. In my head, I've been going round and round. What do I say? What do I say? They pretty much have summed it all up in the past 3 hours. But it's amazing. And as a kid, I wish I went to school here. But a couple of things. So 3 of us got together and we thought, well, what are we going to say? And we quickly realized in the room there was 3 family perspectives. So Andrea was hiding in the back, was one of the parents that slid under, like that now 6th grader. She could have gotten under the table, she would have. She has kids in high school, and she has a 2nd grader. And so she had the then and the now comparative of the last team of teachers that were here, and this amazing team. My family, we came in, our kindergarten year was Mark's first year. And then Chrissy's family came in beginning of year 3. And I think at the beginning of this, you said we're a model school. They weren't 5 years ago. But through a lot of hard work, dedication, caring, and talent, this is by far the model school. Not only in Brattleboro, probably in the area. And a lot went into that. And Mark's leadership style is he does what all these fabulous teachers tell him to do. So he's a smart man. And he does what the PTO tells him to do. So you've been trained well. But when he came in, I think what he did was he listened. He listened to not only the teachers, but the parents and the students. And then from there started the building block of success. It started with technology. So when he first came in, there was 2 whiteboards, a computer cart, and you would have been appalled that what was here. And Greg as well. Greg's hiding in the back. He's the technology teacher. Teachers had to check out the cart to do anything with technology. Now every room, every student, every teacher is outfitted with what they need. The building. This is the most charming school, but it is not really big. There's no cafeteria, there's no kitchen. The playground is really small. So making the most of this space has really created a wonderful environment. Even color, adding color. This carpet, there's kind of a joke with the parents that when we end a school year, we can't wait for September, not only to send our kids back to you, but also because we can't wait to see what upgrades have happened within this school, within the grounds. Because this is our kids' home away from home, 180 days a year. And these are their parents, for their home away from home. So having this building improvements and making it what it is today makes all the difference in the world. And it's added to the Green Street pride. Andrea, who's been here for a long time, she made a joke. She said, yeah, when we first looked at the playground, and it was probably one of the first things that Mark improved, was the playground. But way back when the parents all got together and they painted the United States and Caterpillar with numbers and hopscotch, and it was like the roundabout at Exit 3 within 6 months. Everything was chipped away. There was no more paint anywhere, nothing for the kids to do. Now we've upgraded lots of things out there. And again, it's important for the kids. I think the most interesting thing has been to watch the culture. So in my first year, I thought, wow, and I am not a teacher, and you can tell by the slide, I am not a teacher. But the culture, when we first got here, there wasn't one. And it's been amazing to watch a culture come to life. It's supported teachers. It's all about our children, and we know that. The common goal is our children. And I did reach out to parents, and I said, hey, just let me know what your thoughts are on the school. And also a word. And I don't know if you're going to get copies of these, but a couple of them. I am always impressed with the new ideas and approaches that are being offered at Green Street School. It is evident that teachers are constantly reflecting on best practices and working to improve their instruction. And I think you saw that tonight. Green Street School has been a safe and loving center of learning for my children. It's heartwarming. I am thrilled with my experience at Green Street School. My family has been welcomed into this warm, nurturing community with many opportunities for the school and our family to intermingle and enjoy each other. It has been such a blessing. Just some of the words that came across: progressive, always improving, perfect fit, opportunity, supportive, friendly, positive. That's what this school is. And as a board, you should be proud. As a superintendent, you should be proud. And I know that as a parent, I'm honored to be here, and I'm thrilled that my Alexandra has had these teachers. Especially, you got some of the teachers that are new. Are you crying? Miss Sally's crying. There are teachers that are new to their craft, and then we have teachers that are nearing the end of their craft. And then you have those teachers who are right in the middle of it and are knocking it out of the park every day. And I know that those teachers that are coming up will eventually be in that, she's crying too, will be in that classroom doing what they were meant to do. And for that, we're forever appreciative and grateful, and thank you. And Mark's okay too. And we didn't stay on task at all.
No, it was
but
hard
it's been a
to.
late night.
It's a hard act to follow. They've all done a really great job. And I thank you guys.
The superintendent's crying. Mark, you're not crying.
And one thing we should mention is the PTO is so involved and so extremely generous. They have at least once a week powwows here in the library. They're just so active and so supportive of everything we do. I mean, there are so many programs that would not be possible without their support. So thank you, and the whole PTO crew. Okay.
Here we are.
Fun
After school
times.
programs, yeah. So in addition to everything that's happening all day, it just doesn't end at 2:45. We have after school programs. We have 3 sessions of after school programs throughout the year. There are 18 or more offerings each session, which is amazing. And I have the honor of being the coordinator of that program, and I have been the coordinator for many years when it was just a tutoring program and has evolved into this amazing opportunity for kids. We have over 60% of our staff involved in either running an after-school program or tutoring, which is amazing. Just the commitment for people to stay after school and be involved with kids for another hour is really, it's just really amazing. And this first session we had, I have to remember, 204 individual registrations for after school programs. So that's a lot of paper, a lot of moving parts. And every student that signed up for something got an after school program, which is not an easy task, but totally worth it. Kids love it. Anyway, so you can talk a little bit about the benefits, but I love being a part of it, and I'm excited to.
Right, so up until 4 years ago, we just had tutoring as an after-school program. And it just kind of started like a colleague and I were like, winter's so boring, let's do a talent show. Mark, can we do a talent show? That was one of our first after-school programs. Then in the spring, in collaboration with the PTO and our PE teacher, let's just start like a running club and keep some kids after school to train for the tulip trot. And from that, just kind of like random ideas, let's think of something fun to do after school. It grew into this huge program with so many offerings. And then it's always nice to see when research supports something that you just did for fun in the first place. So just some of the statistics are pretty staggering. Like, the estimate is that more than 7 million children in our country are without adult supervision for some time period after school. It's great that we can offer that extra hour of time with adult supervision to our students. And in bold here, participation in after-school programs can improve outcomes in feelings and attitudes, behavior, and academic performance. And the connection between success and involvement in after-school and engagement in the school day is evidenced throughout the school building, but our music teacher specifically shared with all of the after-school music program offerings that she sees every day in music class an increased level of engagement and progress from the students. And now we have a little video with some perspectives on our after-school programs.
I'm Rachel Mangine, the art teacher, and I do after-school program because it gives me a chance to do other things with kids as well as their artistic abilities.
Hi, I'm Shawai and I do tutoring. I like tutoring because we play games, we have fun, and we learn. I love fun games because they have toys.
I teach in the after-school program actively because as a specials teacher, I'm the librarian. I see students only once a week, and being part of the after-school program allows me to share my interests with them and vice versa, and developing that relationship with students outside of the classroom is really valuable.
I'm Zoe. I'm Desmond. We chose Hip Hop Club for an after-school program because we like dancing with our friends and our teachers. Hello, I'm Nathan, and the reason why I participate in after-school activities because they are fun and entertaining, and the ones that I do are TV production and student center.
So I really like offering an after-school program because it gives me an opportunity to make connections with kids. And this year I'm connecting with a bunch of kindergartners and some first graders. It's been tremendous. These are kids who are going to be with us for a really long time, and I'm excited to start these relationships now. I love how our relationship building with after-school programs ties in so nicely with the resiliency work that we've been learning about. Building relationships is only positive for our kids.
I'm in Crafty Club, and I wanted to join because I thought it would be fun, and I like it because I like arts and crafts. I like Miss Sear, and I like Miss Bassett. I'm playing games that I like playing with my friends, and that's why I like it. My favorite after-school activity is Makerspace because you get to make stuff and be creative. My favorite after-school program was Girls in Red. It was fun, kind, and people that I knew. I was also friends with them, and they also helped me finish. I ran as fast as I could, and I never stopped.
To do painting here, and it's awesome.
And I'll sum it up.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share our work. Sorry it was longer than we had planned, but we're really proud of what we've done and appreciate the opportunity to share with the board and with the public.
Jill, I just want to say thank you to all the teachers and the parents. You guys are doing a fantastic job, and just the amount of you that are here and still here, it shows a lot.
To share your time and to shine so much light at this time of year is, I'm really grateful for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you to all of you guys. We're going to take a short break now. We'll let you all go home. And we're going to grab a quick bite to eat because I figured we might go long. Okay, so we're calling back in after our little break. Thank you again, Mark, for all of the Green Street presentation. Academy Schools was great. It was great to hear from you. Yes, look forward to Oak Grove in January. Right?
January 16th.
16th.
Let's send around hard copies of the presentation.
Great. It's, and I know that David and Kim at least were taking down some notes because we do want to grab some of that video from BCTV and have parts of that as our presentation and have it compiled down, maybe like a 5-10 minute thing online that people can see and just get some highlights of, like we did last year, of our schools, because it's great stuff. So I think that throws us into our regular meeting. We should actually approve the agenda. Haha, we should probably go there first. We also have warrants and the minutes to approve. Can I have a so moved? And a second? Any discussion? You're too late on the second. Did you have discussion, David? Okay, then all in favor? Aye. Okay. And then, I'm just reading it. That's all right. Committee reports. We could, I guess, go with that next. It's on the list. It keeps Kelsey. Sorry, you're typing while you're trying to eat. Take minimal things and make sure you do eat. So, Policy Council. David, I think that's on you.
We are not meeting this month.
Okay.
You have some hiring to do, but
Deb will do that. Okay. Energy Committee hasn't met. Finance, I don't think there's. We haven't met. And the Executive Committee, I don't think either. Diversity, have you met recently?
We had a meeting last week, and I actually had to leave early from it, so I didn't catch the ending part of the meeting, but for the part that I was at, there was a parent from Guilford who came to express that a number of parents from that school had been talking with the principal and expressing interest in having an anti-racism curriculum incorporated at the school. And so there was a long discussion about what that might look like and what was already being done and what could be done, what resources they could be put in touch with.
Okay. So then that'll take us to, I guess we have other, I guess the other would be the alternative governance. Is there any report from them? All right, so that takes us to administrative reports. Who just put food in their mouth, Jerry or Deb? Which one wants first?
I can start.
All right.
Thanks, Deb. Let's see. Things are rolling along. We'll be having a staff training and staff in-service staff meeting on Friday.
we're going to focus on making just positive messaging because we really want to continue to bolster the staff morale that we have at EES. It's been going very well, so we want to keep it that way, albeit we have a wave of sickness going through classrooms and the staff, so we're struggling to find enough coverage in the classrooms because teachers are ill, but we're just saying we can do this. We have 3 more days, with 2 more days we can do this. The refunding application went in December 1st. The dose and duration went in December 1st. I expect we'll hear something in January. I was at a regional Head Start conference at the beginning of December, and I did have an opportunity to chat with our fiscal person at the regional office about our request to move our funding year from March 1st start date to a July 1st start date. And no promises. It involves leveraging some funding on their part, about $800,000. And I didn't see or hear anything indicating that the money was available, although we're first on the list, so we'll stay tuned for that.
But they did get our letter.
The letter was uploaded, actually, was it last week when it finally went through? I had trouble. I sent it 2 days in a row and it didn't go through. Finally, the 3rd day, Brenda and I were able to make that happen. I actually sent that letter ahead of time, though, directly to our fiscal person at the regional office, so he actually had it a week before everybody else got it. And I talked to him about that letter when I saw him at the conference. I don't really have a whole lot more to report. Things are going smoothly at EES, and I hope it continues that way. We will be closing down the classrooms for the days in between the 2 holidays, and again, this is our 2nd year of matching somewhat with the schedule of the school district and giving our teachers a break, which really proved to be beneficial last year because they are very committed, and when we were open 52 weeks or 50 weeks a year, even though they had vacation time, they always, because of the coverage issues, felt like they couldn't take the time. And this is sort of a forced break, which benefits everyone.
I'm wondering, as long as Frank is here, do we have any sort of a backup thought? Maybe not a plan, but a thought of what happens if we don't get approval for the $800,000?
No.
I like that, Frank, directly to answer.
Not that I know.
So we've had a lot of conversations about it.
The challenge is that the state still hasn't got a successful pilot of the new system, so we really can't evaluate the new system, but what we understand is, given the new structure, so there's a system, and then there's the coding that goes into the system. We know the coding does not lend itself to operating an entity that doesn't follow a school year. That wasn't contemplated in the state's purchase of a new software system. So that hasn't been resolved. We're hoping that what Deb has requested resolves the problem, and that will solve half the problem. The other half is it a viable system? We haven't seen that.
Do we have a deadline or a thought of how long we can wait for an answer before we need to get worried?
March.
First?
March would be the very latest.
So they're still going to roll it out in January.
Training is starting for about half the state. We're in that training cycle with the expectation of having systems operational for July 1st payrolls and check runs and financial statements. and so on. But there was an expectation for systems to be online and live as of October 1st, and no system has made that a deadline. There's now a second round attempt to be operational January 1st. And so we'll be waiting to see if that's successful.
Okay. I've been giving over my admin report time when we were doing first round of budget, just to have more time for budget. I don't have anything other than I've been working on budgets in at 46. That was somewhat consuming, yeah. It's been consuming. Mark, do you have anything to add after your presentation?
The one thing I'll add, and this speaks to last year's budget, is if you notice how nice and cozy and warm it is in the library, where last year's meetings and meetings before, we all have our coats on, and we shiver. So just the one connection we'll make to budgets. But the project has been a great success.
All right, Kelly and John.
Do you have anything to report? We had a wonderful assembly today. The Wyndham Regional Career Center group of dancers and circus artists came, and they were phenomenal. They were a really talented group of kids, and also inspiring for our students to think that in a few years they'll be able to join those programs. They really opened their eyes to what's out there at the high school, which is great.
I heard
I
rave
like
reviews.
the letter in the collar today, reminding people that all this really good food is there, and the way the system is set up, and the more they eat, the more support we get for it. That was great to see.
All right, Jerry?
Yes, that was the same performance we had on Monday, the Nutcracker, and it was fantastic. So again, thank you, the Career Center, for reaching out to area schools to present that. It was great. Last Friday we had a wonderful PTO movie night, very well attended, and we usually do a couple different movie nights during the winter, and then we have our big outdoor movie night in May. And other than that, our half day this coming up is our annual winter carnival with kids with cookies and crafts and games, and it's very
That's what's happening on Friday?
Occasion. It's Friday, so if you'd like to stop in and do a candy cane minute to minute and decorate a cookie, please do so. We start around 9:30 and go till just before 11. What's the theme? Winter Wonderland this year. Yeah. No trolls outfits for me this year. So.
Okay, so from candy canes, we go to policies.
So the first one is the Head Start, the Head Start governance.
Yep. So hopefully you all received this. I have extra copies if you need any. That's fine. And this was something that we looked at in June when you have the joint meeting with Policy Council. And it was determined that the council needed to look at it in more detail as well as you, and that I would clean it up because it was an old policy that just needed some updating in response to the updated performance standards. So what you have now is that clean copy, updated, and it has been approved by Policy Council, so now it comes to you.
Can you point us to the differences?
There was the document, the original document, there was a lot of repetition, so I pulled it out and I just made it easier to read. I did take out a lot of language and just simplified it, and just, it has much more of an overarching perspective. So basically, it's a document that describes the relationship that you have with Policy Council.
I'm looking at the wrong thing here that was on my table.
It describes the relationship that you have with policy council. It describes how grievances would be reconciled or dealt with. How, you know, what you have as shared responsibilities, what you have as exclusive responsibilities, what policy council has as exclusive responsibilities, and then what the administrative team has as responsibilities.
And policy council's reviewed it, so David, you've already looked at this.
Yeah, we've gone over it.
Anything you want to point us to on that, David?
No, it's pretty comprehensive. It lays out the process for the managing disagreements and where the authority lies. It's pretty straightforward.
So can we've talked about it before, can we actually vote on it tonight?
It says adoption on the agenda, so
I think we need a, I think we've talked about it.
Yeah, we've talked about it in June, at our June meeting at BES.
I'll move that we adopt the policy as presented.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any other policy? Yeah, but aren't there policies we had to bring back from the supervisory union?
They're all in new business.
Oh, okay. Any other unfinished business? And I think there is. I had an email, actually, that I wrote to you earlier, Lyle. Maybe I never hit send because my day was kind of crazy. Of like 4 things that.
You told me to remind you about the green roof thing too.
You had, that was one that I had down as unfinished business, and then David, you had one. Deb had one, but she just brought it to us. You guys send me these things, and I'm like, oh boy, I gotta remember these. So I wrote a list. Did I send it to you?
Yep.
All right, so let's see. So the green roof, go ahead with that one, Robin. This is a conversation that isn't, I guess, unfinished in that it hasn't come before the board officially at open meeting. But I put it in my head under unfinished because it was an email that came around of articles that were written by a 6th grade classroom, Eric Cummings classroom at Academy.
Yes.
Which I could never open. But
Well,
the rest of you read,
There
right?
was 5 student letters that were making the case for why their section of the building needs and would benefit from a green roof. And the arguments were somewhat around heat efficiency and noise reduction, as well as the sort of eco benefit and interest of the green roof. And so I had suggested that maybe we could add this to a future agenda for us to look into these ideas and see if they're viable and invite the students to present. And then Eric replied that the students would love to come and do that whenever we choose a date.
So if it's pleasing to the board, we could have a motion to invite them, and we could suggest a date, and then they could tell us if that works, I suppose. Do you have your work plan right there?
I do. And well, March 5th is prep for town meeting and then town meeting. April 3rd, WES board reorganization and administrative reports. Spring day.
Should I make a motion of that date?
The only thought I have is the transitional board, the merge board, and all the board movements. Might be nice if we did it before town meeting.
January 16th, Oak Grove focus. That would make it really.
That would.
We can't do that.
What's the February meeting look like?
February 6th, BES focus.
And that's actually, we're going to change that to February 4th and invite the,
Right.
the legislators that are coming and invite our partners. That's actually, is that unfinished?
That's your next unfinished business. And there's not a second February meeting because
So
of vacation.
we could have it tonight, we're going to prepare for town meeting presentation. It's administrative reports and prepare for town meeting.
That works.
March 5th.
Okay. Okay, so which date was that?
What was the date so she can make the motion?
March 5th.
Okay, I move that we add the green roof item to the agenda for March 5th and invite the 6th graders from Mr. Cummings' class to present.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Okay, so then the next one is the one that you're talking about, the rescheduling our February meeting to accommodate the representatives and the senators, and David has been very diligent in following up with them, and we've heard back from all but one that they would like to be a part of our meeting if we move the date to...
Yeah, there are 2 senators, and Molly Burke and Emily Kornheiser have it on their calendars. I haven't heard anything from just so anybody that lives in that first district, feel free to the buttons here. But,
So we would move from our normal Wednesday to Monday, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know, do a motion to that, just as long as we're on a motion thing.
Move we reschedule our first meeting in February from the Wednesday the 6th to Monday the 4th to accommodate the legislative delegation attending our early education partners report night.
So that may be inconvenient for you folks as administrators. We didn't really check with all of you. Is that a problem for you?
It is for me, I teach it also.
It is for Deb? That's wrong.
I'll have to leave because Mondays are,
I was going to say, which is it?
EU 6 and Guilford are on first Mondays, so they're this week they're meeting that day. So somebody will be here from our office.
So I don't see it as a huge problem. Well, if you're not there, although I'd prefer if you're there. I think I see a problem if Deb's not there.
And part of it was to hear from them, but also to let them know our thinking about supporting the Head Start staff and talking about getting the salaries equalized, which is why we want to have legislators there.
So the class starts at 6 and that's ECV. I could be there for the first 45 minutes if that's helpful.
Will that work?
Yeah, we can start with that.
And maybe we'd be done in 45 minutes. Maybe like a presentation.
Yeah. Well, we have to invite everybody that's a partner and probably give them some sort of expectation of what we want from them.
So let's talk about that quickly. What is our expectation in that meeting then? I think we talked about hearing what they're doing in general, kind of a 5-minute. I mean, I could write down like quick questions, but in my mind they were, how many kids are in your program? What's your program look like? How many days a week? How many hours? You know, what sort of...
Fully enrolled.
Right, are you
how much
long waiting list? You know, is there...
access to the 10 hours of supported pre-K.
And what, anything they'd like us to know as a board and working together?
Any suggestions for how to approach the salary differential?
So then you're going to have several preschool programs do a presentation. And
I don't know if they present as much as do a 5-minute introduction of each of themselves.
Talk about their programs and then the Q&A.
And so then in that same session, then you'll go toward talking about the differential in the salaries in general, or specifically to EES in the school district?
Well, the EES one, we, as a school board, could try to do something about. We wouldn't do anything with the private one, so I don't know if that discussion, David, what were you thinking?
No, I was thinking, well, that's going to create a situation where anytime there's an opening in any of those places where they're getting of what I would call professional, or almost professional salary, starting teacher salary, the people would be leaving their programs to go work there. So that's going to create some tension. So I think getting some
I think it's also a different level though, right?
It could be.
I mean, part of what we discussed was the teacher leaders are the ones that are on par with the staff at their elementary schools for the training level. And in order to run your own preschool and even be part of this cooperation that we had, that's not necessary, right?
Right. Well, in order to get the public preschool dollars, there needs to be a designated person who has the degree, but it doesn't have to be a person, I'm speaking about the preschools in the community. It doesn't have to be an on-site person. So that's the only thing that comes close to what we have, and that every one of our lead teachers we expect to have that degree.
So I guess when it first came up, David, my thought was that this conversation was going to be with the partners to hear, just to get to know exactly who they are, that we signed these agreements.
That's fine. I mean,
But I wasn't going to go into the whole budget differential and
No,
salary.
we don't have to. I don't even know if that came up, or if that was just something I was thinking about.
No, I think you were thinking about it because you wanted to have the legislators hear about the differences in salary and that.
And I want to remember the legislators are here, so is there something specific that we want the legislators to hear? Or do we want to discuss so that they go back with a certain knowledge base?
Well, they have a sense of the importance of pre-K, but I don't think it's on their, well, my thinking would be to go back and get more money from the legislature for pre-K education.
There was a legislative forum that I missed because I was at the regional conference in December at Winston Crowdy with the legislators and the preschool community. And when I think about the legislators, like Emily used to work at AES, they do know. They've heard it and they know.
Well, so at this point, we've asked them all if they can come, and we've made a, so I think we do, and they're all readjusting, and we're readjusting our meetings. So I think if we've done that, we better know why we want them to come.
I think, again, to lobby them to make that happen, because knowing it and pushing for it when they get to the legislature are two different things.
Yeah.
So being sensitive to the other issue you're talking about, I don't want to invite our partners to come here and then say, oh, by the way, we're lobbying for more money to be spent looking at it in our budget, but we don't have anything to do with it. I don't know how that fits.
Can I ask what exactly would our ask be to the legislators? I'm just wondering, like, are we saying allocate more money to pre-K, which would include EES and all of these partners, or are we saying more money to school districts for this in school, like the one at Oak Grove or at EES?
I think that, and I think that I can play a part of this with my colleagues in the community, that right now, the public pre-K money that is administered through the Department of Education and has to come through public schools, and then it's vetted out into the community, only pays for 10 hours of preschool a week, and that's kind of a joke. So I think we could all rally around, let's have more of that so we can have more hours of preschool. And we could just leave it at that.
So I have a
thought. Are you saying that you wish that the law mandated 20 hours a week or something like that of preschool?
Paid for and mandated, yes.
Right.
Yes. 10 hours is not enough.
So here's a thought. Maybe, I mean, David's done the legwork of getting the legislators people here. We've chosen a date, I think, before we should have, because you weren't going to be here. But would this be the type of thing the two of you could maybe meet and come back to our next meeting in January, or it's the beginning of February, right? But so sometime soon we should be reaching out to these folks.
Yeah.
But I would think we have a meeting very early in January if you two meet before then.
Yeah, I think we should pull Janice in, because Janice is the connection with all of the preschool partners.
Right.
She's our direct link. So I can certainly be available for that.
So if what we were asking for was for them to increase the state funding to 20 hours a week, then that wouldn't be creating any tension or conflict between the partners and the EES. It would be something that raises all the ships.
I don't even know if I would be as specific as to say 20, but just increase, because
More
I
hours.
know that if they had more money, we wouldn't be looking at just the 10 hours. So I think we just need to keep the message open. Could you please keep adding hours?
So I think that's the type of thing I was thinking the two of them plus Janice could talk about, and then come back and tell us what you think, and then we'll make sure we're asking the right people to come and have a meeting to find out, right? So that'll move on to the agenda for next time.
Would you convene that?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so another,
She said she was going to contact Janice.
she's gonna contact Jen.
Is she?
Contact me and Janice.
Okay.
Did that motion pass? The motion that was on the table?
Did we vote?
We did not vote.
What was the motion?
The motion, read the motion back, Kelsey, thank you.
About moving the meeting to Monday,
To
the
February 4th instead of February 6th.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. So we've passed moving the meeting and we have an agenda coming. Okay. The last thing that for sure is unfinished is because, and I don't know if this is some open meeting law violation, and if so, mea culpa, and someone can throw me under the bus here, but there was need for a letter to support public television funding that needed to be written and turned around before we had another meeting scheduled. So I wrote the letter, and I just want to do it on open camera now to make sure it's clear. I wrote the letter, sent it around to all of you and said, please let me know if it's okay if it comes from the whole board, and you responded yes. All but Spoon, I think, got back to me. So I just put it down as, I thought that was a majority. So I put down the whole board and sent it in for BCTV. So I believe I had Barb put the letter on the website already too. Okay, now that's the last of my unfinished business in my thing.
Still have the full board want to support.
Or I think that comes under new business, but we haven't talked about it yet. Okay. So, new business. The land conveyance actually is unfinished to me. Why is that under new? So the warranty deed. I don't feel like reading this, but basically this is finally being signed. Is that why this is on our agenda?
It had been warned, posted, but just so people remember, we're transferring the land on which the West B fire station sits to the town. It's school land now. So this will make all of that happen. So there are two different forms, the warranty deed and the termination of the lease.
And so who signs it? Just me as chair? You as, it doesn't say.
No, you will, let's see, you will sign this for Brattleboro Town School District. I can witness, Frank is a notary, so he will sign it at the notary place. In the termination of lease, all board members have to sign. I'll witness, and again, Frank can.
So we've done all the motions, right? So we're just signing this in public session?
Well, it says action needed. I think we need to,
Another
if you
motion?
remember, the select board needed, has this been on the select board agenda? Okay, so the select board has done it. We kind of did it backwards. So I would do a formal motion that we are.
David, you want to do this motion?
We approved the contract to convey the property in West Brattleboro to the town of Brattleboro.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
So I'm signing, you're signing. Can you also do a motion officially to terminate the leases?
I move that we terminate the existing leases for the property in West Brattleboro.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. So that is official. I think the only, and then everybody has to sign that one. The only other thing to note is that there were some charges to announce that in the paper. And when they came, I sent them to the town and said, I think since we're giving you land, you all can pay for that. And they said yes. So we saved ourselves, I don't know, $300.
The fire station came in under budget.
The town said we paid for it somehow. Yes. All right. And the rest of us, you guys have to sign out. So that takes us to policy reviews. Lyle, board member conflict of interest, B3.
So these were all presented at the last WSESU board meeting. This is a chance for you to make suggestions to take back to the WSESU board. ask questions, any discussion?
So there were several policies, board member conflict of interest, health insurance portability and accountability act compliance, it's the HIPAA, travel reimbursement, student alcohol and drugs, and Title I comparability policy.
So the travel reimbursement is new for WSESU, and basically what that says is that we follow the federal guidelines for reimbursing travel. People that are going to conferences, whatever, need to get permission from their administrators before putting in for mileage. That's the only new one. Student alcohol and drugs, we've updated it a little bit, so it does include vaping, juuling, all of that. Let's see. Title I, we've always been, we've had. So most of these have just been changes in statute numbers. There were no major changes.
Any discussion? David, you were the only one not at the supervisory union meeting already, so.
I read the,
yeah.
I read through the stuff.
Okay, so moving forward to representation on the transition board. Well, let me just look. We have representation on the transition board, review of the fund balance, and the budget overview, and then the next agenda. And we have Frank and Franz here that have been waiting. I'm wondering if we want to push the transition board discussion until after we do the budget.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I don't know that it's a long discussion, but that way we can do the budget part. So Frank, welcome once again.
Tis the season.
It is the season. There you go.
And we've already sent around some questions, just so I'm not sure. Don't think I copied all of you, did I? On my questions and David's copy?
Yeah.
Frank, send them over. Thank you. So we have had some thoughts.
So we want to begin our overview. Shall I pass out the budget document? Okay. There.
Is this the same as we got?
It is, yes. So that document's coming around it, and then I also have a draft capital plan. And I may have included a question and answer. I'm not sure. Let's see if I have that. The question and answer document. I just printed off the email with the questions, and then my answers in there. So I'll send that over. All right, so we have all three documents. Let me start with an overview, and we may want to kind of quickly switch over to the questions, because I'm assuming the board had a chance to look at the budget, and I can elaborate on the question and answer if we need to, or maybe they are sufficient as they are. So what you have is fiscal year 20 budget. If you go to the thickest document with all of our assumptions included, I'm looking at the last page, page 28, and there's our total. So the current budget is $14,659,000, and this draft proposal $15,368,000, up $708,000 or 4.8%. In my email to you, I noted that Of that 708,000, about 250,000 is salaries, and about 182,000 is health insurance in terms of increases. So when we add those two up, 249 and 182, I'll do that right now. That's 431,000. So you can see that that's the more than half of the total raise. Maybe to make a connection to some of the questions you had already asked. David had asked, essentially what are the new positions, and so within the 249,000, 250,000 in additional salaries, 139 of that is new positions. So 249 minus 139, 110,000. 110,000 is the raises, and the base salaries for all salaries for fiscal year 19 is 6,900,000. So 110,000 on 6,000,009 is about 1.5%. So that's what the general raises are. But that reflects that we have, you remember a year ago doing fiscal year 19 budget with some folks that have retired. So it reflects the turnover that is typical every year. On average, salaries on the teacher schedule are about 3%, but with the turnover, we're down to more like 1.5%. And then we have the new positions that bring us up to a total of 249, or a total of 3.5%. So those are sort of the big, picture items. Let me refer to the capital plan while we're just kind of doing the overview. So the capital plan, definitely a draft document, but I've worked with the administration, with Lyle. And you see we've added a couple of years out, and I'm looking at the first page of the capital plan. That's the Green Street School. As Mark said, fiscal year 19 was the big year for Green Street. Fiscal year 18 and 19, most of the work was done in fiscal year 18, and that was the heating plant. You see that right up top. On page 1, fiscal year 18. So down at the bottom, the Green Street document actually goes over a couple of pages here, but really you get the gist of the plan here right on page 1 for Green Street. Fiscal year 18 was 976,000. We ended up not needing to borrow because we were on budget, and we exceeded the grant revenue that we had initially thought, based on the USDA awarding a grant that we had applied for, 50,000, that was assisted with us not having to borrow. So we'll talk about fund balance and what the impact of that is in just a minute. Fiscal year 19 for Green Street, the current year is 97,000. You see those projects listed there, which are well underway. Most of them are done. And then fiscal year 20 is the 85,000 for Green Street. And you see the lighting project, David, that was one of your questions, is in there. That's the largest piece. It's kind of in the middle of the first page there. And then there's a playground investment in fiscal year 20, and then these ceiling tiles, I guess, are popping off. So you see that's part of a project.
Right back here by the entrance.
Oh, yeah. Looks like a Lego.
The day before the first day of school, we come into the library and tiles are all over the floor. Yeah. So that's how we patched it, but anticipate more of it happening.
So I'll show you where that number is in the larger document here. So just keep that in mind for Green Street, $85,000. We'll look at how it's integrated into the plan. Oak Grove's on page 3. And for fiscal year 20, a $70,000 proposal, basically a roofing extension of a planned roofing replacement. And on page 4, we have Academy. Another, both Jill and David had questions on building improvements, so here's where we had addressed that in our preliminary deliberations. So for Academy at the bottom, you see the total for fiscal year 20, $230,000, down from the current plan of $290,000. And the lion's share of this $230,000 is roofing that has been evaluated and known that we're reaching the useful life, going into the 30th year on the major section of the Academy roof. And then we have a series of $150,000 sort of reserves into the future there. You see fiscal year 21, 22, and 23. So the administrative team met with Lyle. Lyle had arranged for an architect to survey the site, and we discussed the student need and the enrollment trends, program needs, evaluated the modular building that we know is fully depreciated, and we resolved the question around pre-K. This is where the 290 came from. The 290 was an older plan 2 years ago that said, let's build a pre-K at Academy and replace the modular. But the board asked us to look, more regionally, and so we did another analysis, revisited that, and came to the conclusion that the Oak Grove School has the capacity for expanded pre-K, and there really isn't space at Green Street to accommodate that, and actually the types of needs that are unmet now and somewhat in question longer term because of that modular building's capacity are not going to go away. So the student services that occur in the Academy need to be accommodated. It's primarily it's the intervention work, and then we know we need some renovation in the special education services to have appropriate spaces for learning and instruction. So what we're proposing here is about an 1,800 square foot addition to the existing southeast corner of the Academy School. The architect suggested that site. It seems very efficient in that you can utilize the existing heating system and electrical plant. The basic site work has already been improved, and it's a typical single-story structure that's just an extension of the existing building. So one of the walls is already in place.
So Kelly, which side is that? Where the basketball hoop is?
Yeah, basketball courts, kindergarten, Emily Markers on the end there.
So we're considering a rough estimate of $225 a square foot, 1,800 square feet. That's about a $400,000 project just for planning, estimating purposes. And this fiscal year 20, we had $50,000 in there to begin the feasibility and design process with the future funding in fiscal year 21 and 22, knowing that we could do short-term borrowing. It's unlikely we will need a bond. So that's the capital proposal for Academy. And fiscal year 20 is actually a little less than fiscal year 19, the current year. The current year, because we're not building this facility, I would expect the $220,000 that you see where we have renovate the modular, we're not going to spend that. We would turn that into fund balance for the capital fund, so that it is available to help avoid the borrowing costs to construct that addition. So the page 5 is the Powers House and Canal Street buildings. We've done good things there in terms of energy efficiencies. Pretty much followed through with those audit reports, energy audit reports. For fiscal year 21, we do have a reserve for a boiler. I'm actually asking vendors to assess the possibility of a pellet boiler there, and to do it. I've been asking for a couple of months. This is obviously a really busy time, so I haven't got responses. But if there's any way to qualify for the last of the Wyndham with Heat funding, I'll bring that back to your attention. But at this point, I don't know if it's viable. It's an awfully tight site. So I just wanted to mention on page 6 the fund balance. So the document, that you're looking at, it totals up the proposals for the improvements. There are the totals on page 6. 482,000 was the current year that the board had approved. This budget adds up to that 2020, 395,000. I see. I might have to make some adjustments on to what extent we use reserves, or we take it out of operating. But what I wanted to point out is fiscal year 18 is the last year that we've had an audit and we've closed the books. We're in fiscal year 19, so we don't publish a anticipated fund balance. But you see, we have a $55,000 fund balance in the capital reserve fund, and that's down significantly, because you see up there on the second line in fiscal year 18 we used $352,000 to complete the Green Street. We had contemplated maybe borrowing, but we didn't need to. We had sufficient reserves, and we didn't have another project scheduled that needed more money than what we had in reserves. And now I'm saying it's likely in fiscal year 19, this year, that we will add at least a couple $100,000 of that appropriation to that 55. So we'll be back into a $255,000 fund balance, which is a good place to be. So maybe one last thing on this, and then maybe just turn it over to other folks here, but make the connection on the capital, because it is a big part of our budgeting. We do have, remember, we integrate the capital into each of our sites so that you can get a sense of the cost at each school. Page 12 is the Green Street. Now I'm back into the detailed budget. Page 12 is the Green Street, and you see that 85,000, sort of 2/3 around down the page, and you see the construction services capital. You see that number, 85,000. That represents what we just talked about, the lighting project, the tile project, and so on. So that's the Green Street, how that gets integrated into the plan. Oak Grove is the same concept, page 19. You see the $70,000 there in the kind of in the middle of the page. Construction services. And then Academy is the same format, page 25. the 230,000. Page 25, and you can see that 290 is in there for the current year that we talked about. So I thought they were good questions. They got at most of the substance of the budget changes. I don't know, folks. I unfortunately just sent them back to you at 5 just as your meeting was starting. So I can go through this quickly, but
I think that'd be good. I don't know if Franz and Michelle have them anyway, so.
Pardon?
Are the questions that we sent around and the answers, do you have that?
Yeah, I do
Right.
have. I haven't seen it.
So I still think it's probably good for us
I
all.
think he just got it on the piece of paper now. He did it.
Exactly, but it'd be good for anybody watching at home wondering what we're thinking about, but I haven't read through all of this either, so if you could read through them.
Frank, I just have one question on the capital plan.
sure.
When you're talking about the roofing project for Academy, I know when we're talking about the students presenting the green roof, what's the cost, do we know a cost differential between?
No, but I would be very interested in that, yeah. So I actually hadn't heard about the green roof project, so.
It was a 6th grade assignment. I honestly still haven't read them because they don't access.
I want to put dirt up there and plant grass for a number of years.
Just
I recall,
not sure
though,
how
when
will affect the budget.
When Mark and I first started talking about solar, he had the idea, why don't we just
put solar
panels all over the roof, and we found out pretty quickly that it won't support it.
Right, yeah.
So it's hard, and I can't imagine how we would shovel it either. I'm glad to hear the kids' conversations, and then we can
Be very instructive, yeah. Yeah, it would be very instructive, but I'm sure it would require a new roof deck, and that would probably triple the cost of the project. But we should know, and it would be a very educationally, useful process.
Dreams can come true.
Yeah.
You have to pay for it.
Maybe they'll grow cilantro.
I was thinking when she was talking about her classroom, like they should sell it to these restaurants to get a little money back for the school.
That is actually
a thought process. All right, so Frank, if you want to go through.
Okay. All right, so Jill had submitted these 7 questions. So the first one we've already addressed about the modular building. The second, in general, the question is about maintenance and is this something that we might consider to defer? Generally, we make those decisions every year when we look at the priority. At this point, I don't have equalized students, so this is where we come back to the maintenance question and the amount of can we afford the proposal. So at this point, we have the 50 to 100-year buildings, and you can imagine how many things go.
They're actually
wrong.
over that, isn't it? Isn't it Oak Grove is like 125 or something? No? It's only 100?
We're both approaching 100. I think
okay.
both Oak Grove and Green were established in 1924.
Okay, sorry.
Well, you should have like a centennial celebration.
Yeah.
So there's just all kinds of things. Like I want to make sure we evaluate these cracks up here. You probably have already done that, but the structural issues develop over 50, 60, 70 years, and not at all unusual to have an engineer come in, rip out a whole wall structure to get into a plumbing chase that was never intended to be exposed, but
in the budget in general for upkeep and maintenance, there's no plan. I thought you mentioned to me once that there's an idea of restructuring something in this special ed room that we have at Academy. So that's in here.
that's in the capital plan. That's part of the 200,000.
That's part of that.
Yeah.
So that's building on the end and configuring that space.
Yes.
And is there anything else like that planned in the budget? Last year we had the outdoor classroom, I think, what about the playground, the natural playground was like half done?
That, I think, is done for now. That was Andy's baby, and it's, you know, what's there is really beautiful and the kids love it. And I don't think that anything else really needs to be put in at this point. Our current structures, the kindergarten structure, is actually rotting and needs to be replaced. I don't think that's reflected in here. I asked my custodian, Matt Hill, to type up a thing for me, and that was on the list of things that really needs to be done for safety, but we haven't really talked about that, Frank and Milo and I, yet, so I'll have to get back to you on a plan.
But in general, it's electrical, mechanical, you know, the HVAC systems, the plumbing systems. It's repairing floor tile and you know, and if it's a onesie twosie thing like that, those kinds of projects are constant, and the budget is based on prior years of experience. So
I do have a playground one in there, Frank, just to speak to it, so we'll talk about it. That's $20,000, and that's for a combination of two projects. At the bottom of our bank hill in the back where the kids play, we have a like 4-foot fence that goes around the perimeter, and we're constantly having kickballs and frisbees and whatever else just going down the bank. So part of that project would be to raise the height of the fence, and then the other phase would be to do some excavation on that bank to install an embankment slide, which we have the funds for through McDonald's fundraiser, if you remember that, or donation rather.
So it would be all the funds that were given plus how much for excavation?
Estimating around $8,000 probably.
Okay. So question number 3, did we do anything with winter sports? The answer is yes. We put in $24,500 in transportation expenses. If you wanted to find that, it kind of reminds me of the question David asked 4 years ago when I kind of first joined the board. Can we identify costs by program? And this is an after-school program. And yes, so you go to the after-school program code, which is the 140. It's on page 13 if you want to look at one of the expenditures here. Page 13 for Green Street. And we have the winter sports line that's new. So you see no money. It's at the bottom of the page. Page 13. Bottom of the page. We have our after-school programs, which you see not a significant cost increase, actually a little bit of a decline in the first series of after-school program costs, and then you see new money in the winter sports program for transportation.
So Frank, there's so many things here, I don't want to be picky, but as long as it stays separate, winter sports, then I'm okay with it being called after school, but it's not an after school. To me, it more like goes up with the field trips because it happens during the day.
Oh, okay.
So just for me, it's one of those things that I like to have clarity around that as a board member, looking at it and saying, okay, these are things that the kids do during the school day that we as a school community are truly saying this is kind of part of what everybody does. The after school to me is separate because it's a choice. I guess it's a choice whether somebody wants to not do winter sports, but it is offered during the school day. If somebody chooses not to, they're actually not in school. Okay. So if it's always going to be separated out, I guess you would be able to find it in the budget, but.
Otherwise, you're saying field trips. Yeah, and I could see, we'll see if we're going to go through rewriting the whole financial report with this new state code, and they're going to tell us where winter sports has to go. So I think it'll be logical though, based on the kind of thing you're thinking of.
And so just to extrapolate out from that, for the winter sports, from the discussions that we had, that would pay for the transportation piece, but the parents, there would still be an ask of the parents and perhaps the fundraising as well to cover the cost of the programs themselves, to pay to Beak if you're doing a winter exploration, or to Mount Snow for the downhill road.
I think, so we have 7,000 budgeted there for Green Street. Our overall winter sports program this year will cost around 13,000.
Yeah, so that's really the question. Thank you.
So Oak Grove is 3,500 and Academy is 14,000. And that's how you get to 24,500. Question 4, you were talking about that earlier, the EES question. I also want to make sure you understand that it is within the auspices of Act 166. You know, Act 166 prescribes how school districts fund pre-K costs, and I'm not so sure.
No, we didn't understand that.
I'm not so sure that a board, a school district can.
So then why, during all my time in this, why have we been talking about how we need to address that issue if we can't address it?
So we're doing it as partners with EES, and Lyle and I, and before Lyle, Ron and I and Deb have talked about how do we address the salary scale and the inequity in compensation. But we've addressed it from the point of view of approaching the federal funding source, looking at the, you don't have a bargaining agreement, you don't have a collective bargaining unit, but essentially creating a working conditions document that phases in. So we've done it from a strategy point of view that says ultimately let's make the case to the federal funding source that they need to fund the EES operations.
That was one strategy that won't work.
Yeah.
Can I just understand, are you saying that we are legally prohibited from increasing the teacher salaries?
I'm not saying that, I'm saying that you don't employ those teachers. So it's unusual for a school district to try to compensate people that you don't employ.
Okay.
You know, you're funded through the Vermont funding formula, the statewide school property tax. EES is funded through federal grants and state grants, not through the school property tax.
We did have a $50,000 Brattleboro town allotment for many years.
Yeah, prior to Act 166. So Act 166 came in and said, you won't pay EES $50,000, you're going to pay them $120,000. So that's what we do. We pay them $3,356 per student in fiscal year 20 for every student enrolled in EES, and that's an Act 166 requirement. Was in one of your questions, you know, what are those big numbers in pre-K?
Yeah.
One of them
that's what it was.
Yeah, one of them is to EES and the other is to the private providers.
So are we paying for Brattleboro children or all the children?
Only Brattleboro children. Yeah. And
So anybody that's in EES from Guilford or Westminster?
Guilford cuts a check.
And
Guilford
Westminster cuts a
School
check?
District, yes.
Westminster cuts a check too, something like that?
So I thought your conversation made a lot of sense, that you lobbied the legislature to do what Deb said, which is expand 10 hours, because the public system offers, what is it, a 6.5-hour day, right, for free. And our private providers are offering 10 hours for $3,300, which the district is paying. But not sufficient, you know, for.
So you can't go directly to the taxpayers and say?
I'm not saying you can't, but it seems to me it would be highly unusual, and I would want to understand how this either interferes or does not interfere with Act 166, which absolutely prescribes the way school districts engage in pre-K.
So it sounds like maybe we should consult with a lawyer about if this is adhering to the law of Act 166.
I don't think we need to go that far. I think we need to have more conversation about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the thing that sticks, the thing that's important about the difference is that the free hours that we provide actually is in the property tax.
Right.
And the legislature's been working really hard to keep the property tax down. And by not providing enough childcare, public schools are now taking on pre-K. 3 of the 4 in RSU now have provided, right? Have a pre-K in the building.
Putney, Guilford, Oak Grove, Dummerston put it into their budget for next year.
Yeah, so
I guess my reason for questioning this and why we had that whole discussion was because it had been, the whole time I've been on the board, a discussion that keeps saying it's a goal to get these salaries more aligned. Not necessarily completely the same, but more aligned. Never once did I hear it's a goal and the only way we are going to do it is by lobbying for more money from a state.
I just understood that, and I didn't understand because of 166. I understood because of the feds. It's federal money and that's provided, that's running this program, so they're not going to want to confuse our money with it.
I think we need to have more conversation about it. Because
we don't understand how it works.
There's more than one way to fund these salaries.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we can come up with some strategies.
Yeah, the logical thing is for we know the objective of the Head Start and early Head Start federal funding is to have successful programs, and successful programs come with employees that can afford to stay and commit to the employer. So on a fundamental level, I know that you're saying, well, they're just not writing that extra check. And to some extent, that's because of the enrollment, right?
Well, I think in our case, so when we're talking about Head Start, we're talking about a nation. We're talking about the entire country. So everything is averaged out across the United States. So we are in Vermont. We are part of the Brattleboro Town School District. We have a high bar for what we do, and we are part of the school system. And we are asking for the same qualifications for some of our teachers that are comparable to what the school system pays. And so it's been the intent of the board and for us for years to try and bring those salaries up just so that we can keep our teachers. And this community has always been invested in EPS. And they're very interested, folks are very interested in, I had someone reach out to me today, what's going on, what's happening? This is like cutting edge, how are you going to do this? And I said, we're just having conversations at this point, we don't have any.
What were they referring to with the cutting edge?
Hmm?
What was the conversation?
The fact that, so 1/3 of all of the Head Start programs in the country are under the school district. And then the other 2/3 are administered through a community action program or through some other entity. The fact that that we are having these conversations, that we are looking at matching the salaries of Head Start teachers to those of public school teachers. I mean, that conversation has been going on for a long time, but the fact that we're really serious about this and talking and exploring about possible ways to make that happen is cutting edge. Definitely cutting edge. Now, I will also say that at EES, we have high expectations for good reasons. When we talk about the needs in our community, we need to have highly skilled staff who are able to work with the level of trauma that our children are experiencing. And that takes skill, and and folks should be paid commensurately for what they do. So there are several ways, I think, that we could look at this.
And the idea of another source of funds that doesn't compromise the integrity of the education fund for the public school program is what you were saying earlier, and that is, we're not actually talking about a tremendous amount of money. The state has had a number of these federal grants that we've tried to utilize and access for this purpose, and it was so restrictive that we couldn't. So those are federal funds being passed through the state. But the idea of lobbying the legislature to say, hey, why don't you carve out a funding source that is outside of the ed fund that Act 166 controls and address this problem, because it
That
is a
requires
problem.
an act of legislature. That's not anything within our power at all.
Right, but that's why that conversation will be, I think.
So that would be interesting. I guess, I don't want to belabor this for hours, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. So in the EES budget, there are line items about space, for example, that you occupy, and the rent that's paid for that space. Who owns all the space that you're occupying?
Well, you own Canal Street, and Barbara George owns Bird Street. You own Buck Drive in Westminster, and the high school owns Lincoln College Center.
And EES pays rent to, for any of that?
To Barbara George.
But not to any of
Not to
any of
Barbara,
that?
yeah. Part of the EES, the federal money,
Has to be
assumes
matched.
there's an in-kind match, so that's a significant part, and then what we do as a business office is a significant part of it.
The only thing that we've done with Canal Street is whenever possible, when, I was really happy to see the boiler in here, when there have been some major expenses, the Head Start feds we've lobbied for, particular capital improvement or emergency repairs or whatever, and they've been good about giving us the money for that. And then, of course, when CABA renovated the building, we benefited by that.
Okay, so there's some good background, good question. Let's see, where were we? Yes, number 4 and 5. Did anything go in for the sabbatical? No, I hadn't heard of that, so we could revisit that, and we know this is just a first draft. 6, questions about the diversity program. So I gave you a sort of a quick analysis. The supervisory union board voted and asked for the $162,000 diversity program to be added. And then the SU, of course, has to assess costs back. Brattleboro Town is based on the current enrollment, is 31% of the total enrollment. So you get 31% of the 162,000.
But we have to remember the 162,000 isn't for the new position. It's 162 was the one that's current and half.
It's an expanded
So the
program.
the expansion program was the one that we just, well, I guess we technically voted to move the other one into the budget.
Yeah.
I just felt like people at the supervisory union meeting were kind of like, wait a minute, did we really get that through when they saw it go up? But it's done, right? There's no way you can go back on that vote.
Well,
You could ask the whole SU to vote on it again, but we can't change what the SU voted on.
Right.
No, I know that.
There's a question of will there be an SU or not. At this point, I guess we think there will be, but so related to that, if we jump to David had the same question on page 3, but David was saying, and will we see something in the high school budget? And the answer is yes. So the second part of the answer there, right in the middle of the page, about the diversity program, page 3. So I just copied the same thing about the 162 and 31%. Well, the high school is 42% of the population. So they get 42% of 169, which is 69,000, and they're removing 93,000 from their budget. So there is a reduction there, and I think that answers the question.
Well, there are a couple of things. One's just kind of something that's always been cloudy. The 42% that the high school is going to pay, we'll get about half of that, some share of that, which will come onto our budget. And that comes on the bottom of the, when does that come into the
No,
play?
it's just it's an average tax rate. It's nothing to do with the Brattleboro Town School District budget. There's no transaction at the high school that you budget for.
We don't pay for our kids. So where does that?
It's the weighted average tax rate. So the next step that we typically go through is, that single page document that goes on the town
That
report.
on the bottom, yeah.
And it says, here's your Brattleboro Town Board budget, and here's your tax rate of about $1.50, and then here's the BUHS budget with its tax rate, and then you go to, well, what proportion of your kids are at the high school versus the elementary, and it's a weighted average of those two tax rates.
Right.
That's how it comes back.
Yeah, so then at the bottom, when we get the final tax rate, it's those.
Yeah, yeah.
And the other question, you had said that you talked about the health increase and the salary increases, and that the additional costs above that were largely associated with the assessment due to the diversity program. But there's how much? When I add up the salaries and the health, it's 431, and the interest is 708, and this is only 51. So there's the other 225,000. Is that just in the budget in different places?
Remember, we started a conversation around about 110,000 is just the typical raises.
Yeah.
And then there are, as you had asked for, a number of program increases, equipment budget increases for various purposes. So we can go through those. I think as we go through the rest of the questions, you'll see where it all adds up.
Let's do that.
It all adds up to that 708,000. You can group it a lot of different ways. You can group it by school, by program. We've been kind of doing it a collection of, whatever you've asked for, but, the financial reports are organized by either program, which is instruction, special education program, after-school program, food service program, and then it's organized by function. Function is it classroom instruction? Is it student support services? Is it administration? Is it, building and facility? So we're going back and forth between different categories. There's lots of ways we can take subcategories.
The way that was expressed, it made it sound like there was a couple $100,000 to the diversity program. It would put that in a light that I wouldn't want it to be.
No.
Great.
No, I was just saying, if you look at the line item, it was kind of a related question, but if we looked at the district-wide line item for assessments on page 4, I see what you're trying to do. David, makes sense. You're trying to understand the 708, and we've chunked it down. But you see that right in the middle of the page, the SU assessment is up 130,000. So that's what I was saying. A good portion of that is associated with an incremental cost associated with diversity, but it is part of that 708, right? 130,000 of the 708 right there. So other expenditures and questions, and Jill, maybe on page 2 we'll come back to those because they're not so much line item budget questions, but page 3 and 4 are. So if we just wrap up with that. Page 3, David's first question, what's a variety of line item totals? So I assume you saw repeating costs at each school, and you're saying, well,
I just wondered how does it roll if we have to look at cuts, how much of things cost in relationship to each other? And then the other, just what kinds of things are in other equipment?
There's no number here for behavior specialists, though. right?
Oh, yes, I did find that. I remember that question, and I didn't write an answer, but yes, there is a behavior specialist at Oak Grove.
Well, if I can speak to that. So Oak Grove had, prior to STEP, so the STEP model was started at Academy, and Oak Grove had in their local budget for the behavior specialist. And I've just kept that behavior specialist in the local money as STEP programs have evolved. So there's a behavior specialist at all of our schools at BCBA, but those are coming out of special ed funds. So in the local money, Oak Grove has a line item for a behavior specialist specifically, but the other schools do not, and because it's part of,
transferred to the
it's been in
special ed
special ed.
supervisor.
It's been in the SU budget as opposed to.
I think what I was looking for was just to, in terms of talking to the public about how much things cost. The STEP program, your different described, but basically the same thing. The PBIS programs, all of the things that we do to intervene around behavior. How much, is there any way to sort of put that all together in the program cost, just to give a sense of how much of our budget is and particularly the personnel costs is tied up in behavior issues, or in dealing with behavior issues. But I'm sure it's not an easy thing to do, but it might be useful to know.
So on that,
You would have to, that would be more Frank doing that, because so much of it is tied into SU budget and being able to pull those numbers out of the SU budget. As far as PBIS spending, that those are school-wide celebrations and kind of incentive reward programs that are just part of our overall program improvement and supply budgets. So they don't have like a huge, it's part of our culture, of our school culture, of what we're doing.
But they don't have a specific line item budget, school-wide celebration for PBIS, is what you're
No.
saying, right? Well, I get what David's saying, though. When we talk about why does it cost more, what's the needs of our kids, and what's out there, it is a useful number if in some way we can have that this is
Those costs are
representative.
probably very low, though, compared to the cost of like us, salaried person and their benefits.
Yeah, but they are salaried
$300
persons.
to like have a party. That part of it is not going to be a significant part of the expense.
Right, but any cost associated with it, whether it be a salary or
not, that's what we were looking
Or
for.
ongoing training.
Yeah.
Training for the teachers. And those are all costs. And these are, I think we understand that this is just a part of, it's like crayons. It's just part of the deal. You have to have it. But a lot of people that haven't been in schools in a while that aren't paying attention and still don't understand that.
I'm sure the behavior specialists that are watching this right here will be really glad to hear that they're just the same as crayons.
In terms of the crucial need in the buildings, books even.
Please continue, Frank.
okay, so just a couple of extra points. Total program spending, we'll just zip through those. Tech-related hardware, software, $199. Make a note there that that's up $46,000 over the current year, and the single biggest source of increase is in Academy. I think we were upgrading some old video projection equipment.
Yeah, I have 3 classrooms with old smart technology that is not really working.
It's not smart?
At the end of its life,
There
it's
is
no longer smart.
There's such a thing as old smart.
It's the original, yeah, so I've got a quote through ProAV to replace 3 of them in there.
So that's 46,000 over, of that 708. If you're trying to do a little tally, that's a fairly significant single line item. Foreign language is, you see the cost there, and that is also up a little bit there, but not substantially. It's up 4% from the prior year. The behavior specialists we've just talked about at Oak Grove. And keep in mind also Oak Grove doesn't have a social worker, right?
We do not, that's correct.
Yeah, so there's, to some extent, there's
Yeah, really, and David, when we talk about it, what we would really want is the number for the social worker and the behavioral. It's
all of that. Yeah.
It's all of that behavioral supporting the kids.
So the foreign language, sorry Frank, but at Oak Grove, that's not a new position. Kelly just wants me to pay my fair share now.
We've been paying for Spanish for a while.
Yeah, nice. She doesn't want to play nice anymore.
It didn't take her long.
No, it didn't.
One year in, look how it goes.
Sorry, Jerry.
I know, not even mentored.
Not
me,
even
so-
a year.
I know. She taught me how to get
I
oriented.
talked you too well about the budget. I
That's
guess.
right. She's trying to save my
She'd
pennies.
broken those glasses.
The other non-tech related repairs, the 230,000, that's also up quite a bit from the prior year, up 29,000, and that's primarily in the maintenance departments, where there's a special project, and I think it was Oak Grove that had a fair amount of special projects in the maintenance budget. So we can revisit that if we need to, but there was, a fairly significant increase there overall. So we talked earlier about the 139,000 in new positions. There are some offsets to the new positions, like in Green Street, the paraeducator is up FTE, but there's a reduction that essentially offsets that cost in the academic support. It has to do with the way personnel has been assigned. So you have those requests. Do note that in the academy, the request for the academic support is funded by Title I. So it wouldn't have an impact on our local tax rate. We still have to approve the spending, but we get 100% reimbursement for Title I costs. We talked about diversity program, and then we've got a few other things. Actually, we did the page 27 down there. We talked about pre-K and Act 166. There are 2 line items there. Significant amount of spending. Over a couple $100,000. Pre-K is a level, a different level, so it's level 11, and that comes in at the very end of our report. When I say level, I'm looking at the third set of digits in the account code. The 11 designates pre-K, and page 27 in the middle there, you see the 121,000 budgeted for EES. Unfortunately, the title got cut off, so you wouldn't recognize that. General fund support, it says 2, it's supposed to be EES, and that's about 36 kids that we're budgeting for at $3,356, and then the 408,000 is all those private providers that the school district is obligated to pay for. There's about 121 kids in that assumption. And I think we covered everything. Oh, we got a last page here. What else we have? Okay, page 20, line 2 additional paras. Oh yes, at Academy, right? Medical needs para, so that explains.
I think we knew about that one.
Yeah, you approved that this year. So, and then the line 320 in Academy is the adding a Bonnievale environmental program services, the single main increase. There are other programs in that line item, but that's the big increase. And then we talked about page 25, the capital plan.
Then we want to come back to my other.
Sure. So on page 2, Jill had some more strategic questions. Structural questions. So the first question was basically a budgeting approach, given the governance reform and the fact that it's not happened yet, but it's imminent. So I was suggesting that we do our standard process, which is to look at student needs, assess our staff's ability to meet those needs, our facility and learning environments, create a budget that we think is affordable, and vote on that as we have, without dismantling the other support systems, which means like there's an assessment for supervisory union services. I'm suggesting that we know that Brattleboro Town School District students are consuming those services. So I'm suggesting leave those assessments in the budget as they are. It allows us to look at a total bottom line like we are now, $15 million plan, and when the equalized student data comes, we can say, would we have proposed this budget to our electorate based on how it meets needs and how it impacts the tax rate. If we go through that process, it seems to me it sets up the transition board with a good foundation for doing the work that they're expected to do to get to a merged proposal. So that was the first question. Second is, should we be thinking about merger savings? And I'm suggesting that you really want your partners at the table to have that discussion, because those perspectives are going to be the reality of the transition board, having the Putney folks, the Brattleboro Union High School folks, Guilford, Dummerston folks at the table with you to have that conversation, as opposed to, everybody doing that in isolation, which is the old school way of doing it. So I was suggesting that we stay traditional, and then we switch gears after January 9th, once the new organization is formed. Did administrators looking at cutting a classroom? We always evaluate whether we have sufficient utilization of our staff, and whether our student-teacher ratio or our student-to-staff ratios are reasonable.
That reminds me that we were going to look at those numbers tonight, a classroom breakdown. You all were going to bring
Our reports.
the classroom numbers?
Oh, sorry, mine are, because I don't have them, sorry. Mine are pretty easy to figure out.
We don't, right? I mean, that's what, you didn't bring those for us, right?
I have them from the previous report that we changed.
Jerry's.
Oh, yeah. I think that what we had mentioned, talking about was looking at the, or maybe I'm thinking something different, the numbers per year. Is that what I'm saying? That's a different conversation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also very
There is
valuable.
something we will do, and we routinely do that. Lyle and I usually take a fair amount of time, and we look at those ratios by classroom and overall.
Well, we were talking at the last meeting specifically, like, is there room or any need that we should be looking at? From what Jerry's got, there's one class that's 15, but that's it. Everybody else is close to 20. And you guys are going to bring yours from Academy and from Green Street. I was almost going to send you an email to remind you of that.
Should have it here in a second.
What's that?
Should find it here in a second.
No, I didn't send you an email though. I was going to remind you of that, but.
Here's the one from, I can't tell what month this is, but October, I guess. This is from Academy for October. It doesn't have it by classroom, but by grade.
Yeah. So in October, we were 354 kids, and it was broken down by grade level. Right now we have 358 kids. I actually did the math the other day, and it averages 17 per class, but that is not.
That's not the answer yet.
Right. So I can pull up by teacher and send it to you if you want.
Well, or we could just put that on the agenda for January. And we also mumbled last time, and I followed up with Lyle, that we wanted to see in general what it is for the other, Guilford, Putney, Dummerston. Just out of curiosity, are we kind of in the same line as they are?
No, the answer is no. Brattleboro utilizes instructional staff much higher than our small schools do, which is just standard.
Our small schools are much more impacted by cohort, depending on how many kids were born that year. Whereas in Brattleboro Town, we can even that out, and we do that intentionally when we're registering kids for kindergarten and new people that move in. One of the things that the administrators are doing is, okay, how many kids do you have in this class? How many are on IEPs? Are there other issues we should be thinking about before we're placing students? Right, so most of our Brattleboro Town classes are pretty similar.
But those are also the things that you may recall last year, particularly with the conversations that the legislature and the governor was promoting around considering policy, or a statewide policy around student to staff ratios. So we did those analyses for each school. I don't know if you recall that, but I was planning on updating that kind of analysis.
Yeah, that's good to have.
It was more of an aggregate than it is the individual classroom, but we can do it.
To me, it's always just being aware of the classroom, because that's the potential savings that you can ever make in this budget. Is if there's, when you're losing kids, and the number of students is decreasing, you don't automatically get rid of a whole classroom because you went from 19 kids to 17. But if we do that 19 kids to 15 or 19 kids to 17 in 6 classrooms across the group, have we lost enough kids that we warrant restructuring and looking on a numbers basis? That doesn't mean that that's an automatic kickover, that yes, we're going to upheave families and do that. I'm not saying that, but it's, if we don't look at that, I don't feel like we as a board are doing our correct duty.
And I think that's what's going to be so different in a merged system is, you generally don't ask Guilford board how you doing with your grade 3 student-teacher ratio.
Yeah, but we are a merged system now, frankly, we don't do it.
We will.
Well, you guys kind of do that. I mean, the administrators do it when you're assigning people. But as a board, we aren't consistently looking and saying, well, are we at the right number to justify having 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 6 sixth grade teachers next year? Or is that something we should be looking at? And is that something we could adjust?
And depending on, obviously, on the legal appeal or not, but if we wind up presenting this budget, I don't know, we don't know yet until we know the people cost, how much the tax increase is going to be, but if we have to look at things, if we have to look at cuts, we're going to have to look at things like whether the pre-K program should stand for this, given the 95% of the kids we already get pre-K. I mean, those are the kinds of really hard questions that we might have to look at. So this is a pretty significant increase.
What's a significant increase?
Yes. Our budget this year from last year.
Yeah. But that was because we said, put everything in, and then we'll see what we want to do, right?
Well,
so we kind of asked for a high budget by suggesting that.
I don't think we asked for anything we didn't think we needed.
Oh, no, I don't either, but I just remember when we were saying to do the budget, we were just like, yep, if we think this sounds good, put it in, and
like
then
winter
we'll see
sports
how
is
it
new.
goes.
That's why I asked specifically, like that White House thing is, we've delayed.
Gradually put in, pay for the EES and
But that's not in the budget. Those numbers aren't in here.
Right. So you may have noticed in the EES that the actual is only about 100,000, and we're budgeting 120. So, we have to pay what the state requires. But if there is some loosening up of Act 166, there potentially is a little movement in there.
Yeah, give us a code on that.
Okay, we didn't quite finish this back page, right?
The last question was,
is
school board salaries, and the answer is yes.
Okay, so then I'd like to ask for them to do something that they did for me on the phone here the other day, or yesterday, Laura or Frank or both, because I was not clear in my head, and perhaps I'm the only one, of exactly which board does what. And what is the responsibilities here, and how does this budget move through and become a reality if we continue down the merger path and there are no injunctions that pop up. So Frank, do you want to do that too?
Okay, sure. So my understanding is the transition board is a statutory creation. There's not a vote. It's part of the statutes, and the transition board forms on January 9, assuming that meeting happens, the organization meeting of the merged district, which
has already been warned.
Secretary of Education has designated Lyle to open the meeting, and then there will be elections of moderator and treasurer and clerk. Yeah, and that will activate the transition board. The transition board's primary responsibility is to recommend a budget to the elected board. The elected board is likely to be scheduled sometime in March, maybe town meeting. But that's to be determined at that meeting. So you have this board today formulating a conventional or traditional budget. The transition board should consider the work of the district board and maybe do some of the things you're suggesting ought to be done. Look for efficiencies and/or opportunities for
and definitely look at redundancies, you mentioned.
Eliminate redundancies. Recommend a budget. The transition board recommends a budget to the newly elected board. The newly elected board's job is to warn a meeting for the regional electorate in the 4 towns for a budget vote, an annual meeting just like we do at the Brattleboro Union High School. Once that is complete,
it could be an annual meeting with a vote at a meeting, or it could be an Australian ballot.
And again, to be determined.
The transition board decides that too.
Right, so that could be done either way.
Yeah. So once the electorate takes action, transition board actually is dissolved when the new member board is elected. Transition board is dissolved immediately. And then district becomes operational July 1st, and assets are transferred from the current entities to this new operating entity. Now this new entity needs to get set up right away. As soon as we have the organization meeting and we know our name, I need to go out and get a tax ID number for the new entity, and then we need to build all of these systems to operate the new entity.
And one little caveat that Frank, when he was explaining this to me, that I didn't realize, wasn't interpreted the same necessarily by Frank and by me, is the assets parts. So what I had understood is that anything that we have in here is capital project earmark or reserve could be set aside by our board and going forward into this budget, saying this is marked for Oak Grove's glass blocks to be replaced in 2020. And Frank's interpretation of that is that it would be not able to be earmarked. The assets move and they're into the merge system. And then it's up to the merged board to look at that. Lyle and I read that, and Nicole Mace, I think, kind of read it differently. And Nicole Mace's idea on that would be for us to actually, if it's a concern of this board, would be for us to actually reach out and ask Chris Leopold.
We ask the Secretary of State. We're not in for legal opinion, we need an opinion from the state. I think, I'm not sure.
That wasn't Nicole's.
Yeah, Nicole's not a lawyer and doesn't give legal advice, or won't give legal advice, and has given us inaccurate advice. No, we need to, if we want to do that, we have to go to the Secretary of State. But my understanding is that we, several years ago, asked the town to allow us to keep our reserve fund to not have to come to the town to spend it. So that if we wanted to, if we've got.
We worded it in an exact way according to what we were told about 7 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, and so the way I understood that is, and from what we saw, it seemed tonight, we have 275,000. The 220 that's in this year that's not going to get spent, and the 55,119 that's projected fund balance, we have that much money, and my understanding is we could spend it, but again, we'd have to get somebody that's sufficient.
Well, you can certainly spend it right
now.
This year,
Yeah.
and you've got until June 30th. You certainly can do that.
That's what I was going to ask, if we could put that money, figure that out, because if we're going to lose it as a town and we set it aside.
So this is part of my reason for asking that question is also that I've stated this before. It's Brattleboro's money, but I also think that we are a merged unit. And I would hope that we're not all just trying to spend money just to find a way to keep our own money.
I don't think the other schools have as much money.
So I asked for that and Frank gave it to me. You want to give it to me?
All the schools are pretty similar except for Dummerston's. Dummerston's a bit lighter on
So Guilford has like 200,000. Dummerston had what, 20?
7.
27 or 7?
70, yeah.
70.
Putney has
70,000.
70,000.
Yeah. Yeah. Dummerston has been in a deficit, but just this past year they got out of it.
Putney has
100,000.
That's Forest.
In both funds.
So the Putney, the Forest is removed.
No, I know.
And then the Brattleboro Union High School, or number 6 there, has quite a bit.
Projecting 2.6 million.
So I wanted that information for us as a board to know. I thought it was good information, but already we can see, I read the law one way, Frank reads it one way, Lyle's understood another way, Nicole Mace is having it, and David doesn't even agree that Nicole has an opinion that's worthwhile. So if it's our board's concern, then I think we need to take a step and figure out who we want to ask, if that's a concern of this board, in order to move forward in the budgeting process.
The statute is pretty simple. I gave you the statute. It's really, the first 2 sentences pretty much tell you the law. And the law says, if you don't have a prior agreement before the entity is formed, so you don't have that because it was formed on November 30th, and these communities didn't agree to the study committee's recommendation. Study committee did have
we had it in
allocation
the articles
of reserves and so on, but that failed and that was not on the table, so there was no agreement. So the statutes are simple. It just one sentence basically says, upon formation of the unified union district, all assets and liabilities shall be assumed by the new entity. And then it goes on to say that if you have trust funds, obviously they stay restricted as donors specify.
So let's see if I understand what you're saying. So what I just said about having 275,000 that we could spend. Now,
yeah, this board is full authority to administer the budget that the voters approved right up until June 3rd. Yeah.
Including the reserve fund.
No, do we have this board doesn't go till June?
We go till June 30th.
We go till June.
Using
this money.
We just might not have, we might not present our budget to the town.
There will always be 2 boards if things
Until
get
things
passed.
If something has to happen.
Yes, whether it be our board in the transition or our board and the newly formed board.
But this board is not doing anything specifically as a merged entity to make commitments beyond July 1st. That's the transition board in the new election.
What I was thinking that we had more like 700,000 and we could have done everything that was on the audit for Oak Grove. But what I was thinking about was we can't give it back. We can't just put it all in the budget and give it back to the taxpayers, because it wouldn't just go to the Brattleboro taxpayers if it was a merged budget. But we could do improvements energy improvements on the buildings that would reduce costs later on for everybody, but particularly the Brattleboro taxpayers for these schools. I mean, if we could invest it in something that's going to save us money as opposed to just having it go into the general pot.
Well,
So it would come specifically back to the Brattleboro taxpayers.
I mean, and if we funded some of the projects this year instead of 2020, it would take money off of the 2020 budget at the same time.
So you're saying do projects now during this school year that were not in the budget?
You mean like the glass
Yeah.
blocks that?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's gonna be
Or the
Exhibit A,
roof
the
or-
glass blocks.
But, I mean, like the roof, you know, you've got roofing issues in multiple schools.
Yeah, those would be very good investments. There's no, you know, you need the useful life has been consumed. You need those, so whether you use current resources or the new district addresses it in the useful life cycle as planned, you know, I don't think it's going to make a big difference in terms of the merged district creates a tax rate for fiscal year 20. It will be the tax rate that is assessed, you know, to our residents in the next school cycle. So whether you spend this money now or you allow it to be part of the next board's deliberation around capital needs and resources, I really don't think it'll be a significant impact on the tax rate.
And one last thing that I want to point out that it just became clear to me, and hopefully you're all smarter than me and you all had thought this through and understood it better than me. So we all, in our normal process, and we keep talking about, well, we want to prepare this for town meeting representative night and all that. We can still do that, but.
We have to until we know for sure, until the legal thing is done.
What do we have to?
We have to prepare for town meeting and present our budget. Because right now, well, nothing is certain right now.
Well, it's actually the opposite.
We have to do
way.
two things. We have to prepare for the transition, and we have to prepare for if there's an injunction.
Well, right now, it's kind of the opposite, I think, Dave. Right now, the law is that we will not have, I mean, the injunction stops the process that's
Right.
prescribed. But in any case, I'm just pointing out that we can present all of this to the town meeting, but the town meeting reps are not approving this budget.
No. Correct.
So,
Well, then why would we be presenting something?
We won't be. We won't even be part of town meeting.
so
Unless we
then,
want to.
but you just said that you think we're still doing town meeting information night and all
I
of
think,
that.
what I'm saying is we still have to, it would be short-sighted of us to not prepare for that.
In case of
We have to
In case
prepare
there
for
is-
either avenue.
And the appeal is going to be filed tomorrow. If it wasn't filed today, it'll be filed tomorrow. It'll be within a few days, the judge will decide. It's not going to be a long process. It'll be a long process to settle it, but the injunction will come fairly quickly or not at all.
And additionally, I think it's very valuable for town meeting reps to hear from the administrators, to hear what's happening in our schools, to look at our data. Many of those town meeting reps don't have children in the school anymore. I think it's a great opportunity for us to be able to show.
Well, it's also part
But I
of the
mean, if
study
this budget
committee.
isn't being voted on at town meeting,
No. But it doesn't mean that we don't want those people to support us. And I feel like those people supporting us, no matter when they're voting on a budget, it's good for them to hear what we're doing.
So my point in trying to get this clear in my head is exactly what you're saying. You know, who is voting when, where, what is our responsibility as this existing board, as a transition board, as a newly elected merge board? Which entity does what?
so this would be like the BUHS budget, which is voted on at its own meeting.
Well, the transition board decides whether it's going to be an Australian ballot that everybody just goes by and votes, like we do for anything else, or if it's one night where the entire 4 towns would come together and listen to just the school portion, like we do at town meeting now for the school portion. which I would, what we had done at the study committee and our articles of agreement would have made what we're planning on doing, and what I'm just making sure we're all clear, we're understanding. Going through this budget process and taking it to the town meeting at a town meeting information night. It would not be discussed at town meeting because there would be no vote. But there would be a town meeting information night still for each town to explain what's going on in their schools. And that was part of the key roles of the leadership councils would be playing in that, and making sure that information got back to folks as they were thinking of how to vote the budget. Franz is looking confused too.
And he's looking tired.
But I wanted to make sure as we go through this budget process that we're all very clear on exactly how all of this goes through. Plus, yet on our agenda is to decide who's going to be on the transitional board. And I thought it was probably good that we all know what happens on the transitional board before we decide who's going to be on the transitional board. So then I think that brings us back to what direction we would like to give to our administrators about this. Frank, don't we normally have some idea of equalized student by now?
You sure do, yeah. The AOE is saying that they're not able to calculate it because there are still several districts that don't know what the end result of the re-governance, just like we don't with Vernon. Are they in our supervisory union, or are they a separate district and we are our own supervisory district? We don't know. And the state equalization formula requires all districts to report their student data, and then the poverty weighting is applied. The whole thing is aggregated and then divided by a total. So Brad addressed the business managers last Friday and indicated he's doing the best he can. He's informing the Secretary of Education of the gaps in process that just weren't addressed on November 30th, and he'll give us data as soon as he can, but he can't make it up.
But 4.8, almost 5% increase. Our equalized student numbers would have to go up a lot to not.
5%, yeah. It'd have to go up, well, not quite 5% because the base ed spending index that we divide our spending by has gone up about 3%. So that's an immediate relief to the tax rate cut.
Is that firm?
It's recommended by the tax commissioner. It's not firm until legislature.
But our numbers are up. Well, it's not that equalized pupil is kind of mumbo jumbo voodoo to me. It's a number that comes down that it's hard to predict.
Yes.
I mean, last year we were up in actual numbers, and our student numbers were down. Was it last year?
Pretty level, yeah.
It was the year before we were up in the student.
Yeah, we used to get a little help from the level of appraisal too, but I didn't know what's happened to that.
Well, last year they got rid of the ghosts, isn't that was the reason for
Oh yeah,
it?
where the phantom students are going. So, in general, what is the board's direction to the administrators so they can go home?
About what?
About the budget. Do we want to see a budget with anything less? Are we comfortable with going forward with this budget? We wait for equalized student numbers and then revisit it because, right? I mean, it's a while. It's not like we have to know tomorrow at our next meeting.
I would love to support the budget as is if the student numbers are enough to make that reasonable.
I'm almost thinking that we just say, okay, we've heard all of what you want, let's not touch it at this moment because we don't know what the current equalized student numbers are. And if you're saying they're finally filing for the other thing, maybe that'll make a difference too.
We should, by our next meeting, we will for sure.
I don't know, we won't know by that January 2nd.
Well, what?
January 2nd?
Yeah,
Nothing,
it'll be, well,
nothing will happen during the holiday.
no, it'll happen before I think the injunction would happen before the holidays. We would have to.
Okay.
Will they have time in front of a judge by then? Because
Yeah,
of
they'll
holiday
present to
week?
a judge tomorrow, and the judge will take it into consideration, but within a couple of days and decide. Because the point of the appeal is that damage is being done if this process goes forward. And it's irreparable. If we go and do all these votes and create all these bodies, then it won't really matter what's decided a few months from now. That's why it's so the injunction part is so pressing.
That was why I was
they say
asking
everything
for a
has to be
committee
done within
report.
30 days.
This is the
That's
sort of
my-
thing that I wanted to know from the committee report.
What's that?
What you're telling now is what I expected to hear at the committee report.
That's not
if there's
got nothing to do with
anything
the alternative governance committee. It's just what I have to know about the legal stuff. But I don't know as much as the people that are involved in the suit. The details of it. But my only hesitation about just saying this, and I think this is what we need, and I'm happy to take it to the voters, and we'll see what happens with the numbers, and then we'll have to defend them if the numbers are difficult. But,
And remember too, guys, that we're not defending to the voters of Brattleboro.
we don't know that.
It's if it's a merged system, and it goes forward, then we're actually defending to the voters of all of the towns.
But if that happens, then it won't be these numbers that we're bringing. It'll be a merged tax rate for everybody. It won't be ours. My only hesitation.
That'll be a merged budget too.
Right.
So it would have, when he says redundancies, Frank explained to me earlier, for sure there's redundancies in audits, for example, or school board salaries that's in everybody. So there's for sure some savings, not that it's much. But there's for sure some redundancies no matter what a merged board does.
Yeah, so the only reason I'm hesitant to go forward with this is because of the White House that we had asked in the very beginning for somebody that's an expert in terms of use of space to go through all the buildings and look at the whole situation and see what our needs were going forward. And as far as I know, that hasn't happened, at least I don't recall getting a report about that.
I think we didn't hear, I agree, we didn't hear a really specific report, but they have had different things looked at.
Right.
But not in a comprehensive total.
Yeah, my understanding is that we need space for confidential meetings. And
well, in teaching.
In instruction.
Yeah.
Small group instruction. Yeah.
The other thing, I don't ever remember a motion where you instructed us to hire someone. We have met multiple times looking at all of our spaces, which is why Kelly's been able to come to us and say, special ed needs more confidential space. We need instructional space. That's why we need to do something different with what is now presently in place at the White House. If you'd like us to go and look for someone, get some bids to come in and do a space audit, we'd be happy to do that because none of us are experts in that.
That is true. We took it.
That's true.
We didn't make a motion.
We didn't, well, we didn't really push forward further than that.
To hire
Right.
somebody.
We kind of went that far and then we said, and we all just kind of dropped it. That's true.
Because of the potential.
And the other things I'd like us to look at is something like when this came up the first time, and I forget the name of the company, but I can find it again, that has zero energy consumption buildings that they can configure in any number of ways and just sit down on your site, and might be significantly less money than new construction, which is pretty expensive. And the other reason is that if there is no injunction and we're going to merge, then I think we're going to be looking with the rest of the people on the transition board at where can we put kids to avoid spending however many hundreds of thousands of dollars on new construction.
So a bit of clarification on that as well, that I've spent some time digging and asking different people. You can, it's very clear in the Articles of Agreement that are mandated that no schools can be closed, and it goes so far as to say no classrooms can be stopped. But the way it's stated, so Academy could say go from 3 fifth grade classrooms to 2 or to 1 because they're still offering fifth grade. And actually it says within the district, or no, it does say each school building.
So Oak Grove.
So you could foresee a situation where, say, and somebody else kill me, so whatever I say, but let's say we take Putney that has, maybe they have 10 students in a classroom, a kindergarten classroom, and Dummerston has 6. you can't get rid of kindergarten in those two schools. You need to continue them for at least 2 years under the Articles of Agreement. But you could take kindergarten and first grade and continue to offer those two and make it a merged classroom, as long as those grades would continue to be taught.
But I don't see any classrooms in our district that are small enough to merge with another. They're all like at least 15 at the very smallest.
Well, we only have one school's numbers to look at right now.
Well, I mean, at Academy School, just by the numbers and the grades, I can tell that there isn't, there's no class that's low enough to divide into only 2 instead of 3.
Well, I don't really think we're talking about merging us necessarily as much as in a merged system, you would look at all of the schools.
Right, but you're saying that you couldn't do it.
I'm just making the clarification of what the merger articles say. So that, I mean, when the merge board would look at that anyway and to putting together a budget, but we've talked about that being one of the possible places that you could save money. And the Articles of Agreement make it very clear that you cannot for 2 years do a lot of that. It's really a tightly controlled.
That won't be a potential cost saving immediately.
It would be difficult. I mean, you would have to be very creative to do it because you still have to maintain each one of those classes that's currently operating in each one of the school buildings that's currently operating for 2 years under the merger agreement.
But talking about for our town schools in Brattleboro, I don't think that's going to be one of the big ways to save anyway.
Okay, so I don't know, do we need a motion? Do we have any, I don't think we have clarity around what we are saying to the administrators and what we want to do with this budget.
We don't have to either. Nothing depends on the program anything today.
I think your suggestion was good of let's let it stand for now, see what the numbers come back, and then we can make a decision then.
So we can put this on the agenda, we're on to next agenda items. We can put this onto the agenda to revisit the budget. I'd like to ask Franz, who's been sitting here for a couple hours, do you have anything you'd like to ask or say from the town's perspective?
I don't think so, not right now.
Okay. So then that brings us to representation on the transition board. Is that where we're at? We've been pretty honest. So representation on the transition board. When do we have to make this decision?
Well, the board starts in January.
January 9th is the first,
So we still have another meeting. I'm kind of thinking that it'd be nice to see what's happening with the injunction deal before we make that decision. And if you feel like it's going to happen before our next meeting?
The suit's going to be, the appeal's going to be filed tomorrow. It was going to be today, but it's long, it's other chaos. And then, but we should know, but if we don't know, then it won't happen. Once we can do that, we can start, all this is not going to make any difference.
So let's just decide it at our next meeting. Is that what you're saying?
That was my thought, because it's 9:10
Sounds good to me.
and I'm tired, but.
This is like a sweat.
Except all the people have gone.
Is there,
No, that happens at September.
Oh, it does.
there's nothing left on our agenda for right now except next agenda. Is there anything else anyone wants to throw onto it?
That's funny.
Then I would love a
we
motion.
do have Brian, remember, doing coming to do the pre-K, yeah.
January 2, administrative reports, learning interventions and education support services, Brian Hitler update on kindergarten readiness, approval of the budget.
Approval of the budget.
And now transition board.
And so, Frank, you really would like us to do approval of our budget next?
I
Does it
think
make
it
a
would be
difference?
helpful to the process, yeah. But
I don't want to approve anything without.
But if we don't have our equalized students.
Oh, yeah, I
can't really
think you, if you did, you would want to make it contingent upon that.
So well, okay, but we'll see what's happened. There was one more major topic that I also researched. So Vernon, because I'm still muddled in my head about exactly what's going on with Vernon. So at the supervisor union meeting last 2 weeks ago, whenever we met. Vernon had, the night before, received a letter or something that said, for the time being, consider yourselves to be within the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union. However, we've already received clear information that says we, being Brattleboro, Putney, Dummerston, and Guilford, are to move forward as a merged unit. So you can't have Vernon be part of that merger. So that means you have to create, Vernon remains a district, the new district's created of the rest of us, and you have to have a supervisory union remain that would be a board between those two districts.
With half the members being from each district.
That's the normal
So
understanding.
half the members would be from Vernon, and the other
Yes.
half would be from the other 4 towns.
So that
That's efficient.
seems really inefficient to me,
Well, I don't know
personally.
if efficiency is the worst problem with it.
Well,
It's
so,
like fairness,
Equitable?
equitable.
so
Yeah.
I have several concerns about that. One is equity and all of that, but also just the unwieldiness of that type of a structure. We're talking about 20 to 30 kids from Vernon that go to somewhere other than BUHS, which is what percent of our?
It was 1% of the 2,300 students that we all.
So for 1% of our total student population, we're creating an enormous amount of work for central office and boards and the whole thing that, to me, it runs contrary to what we just did with Act 46.
But it's beyond our control.
Well, it is and it isn't. And that was what I was looking at, and it's up to this board to decide at what level we would like to do. If nothing, I think I personally feel strongly enough about it that I'll still write letters and speak up to the State Board of Education. So the State Board of Education and Secretary French is on that, except that he doesn't vote, would make the decision, and they can at any time, of putting Vernon in its own supervisory union. Essentially, I think they've done something fair at the moment, which is Vernon has to make a budget and has to figure out to do something. So who do they make a budget with, and what central office is helping them, and all of that. So they've given Vernon some direction, which helps them move forward. I think that's nice and fair to Vernon. I mean, Vernon didn't ask for all of
They're
it.
paid up through June, too.
But at the same time, I don't know that their decision that they're giving Vernon is all that fair, in that they say to Vernon, for the time being, go forward with, kind of like an implied something's going to happen. But that's all Vernon's problem. For us, I don't think it's really fair to create that structure. That's not what I think this act was all about.
But what did you mean when you said that maybe it is and maybe it isn't within our control?
Well, we can speak.
Speak up to the State Board of Education.
And population-wise, I looked into that just to see too, and we're 12,000, 2,700 in Putney, 1,800 over in Vernon, or maybe 2,000 in Vernon, 1,800 in Guilford, and Dummerston's like 1,700. So we're the lion's share, which we already knew, but I wanted to know the exact numbers, of this newly formed entity. And our board kind of has the only truly Brattleboro voice in this, because the BUHS number 6 board is already a merged entity and having representation from the others, and they may wish to also do something. I haven't talked to anybody about it. But I have a letter that I drafted and sent up to Nicole Mace to see whether there was anything that she thought of.
Franz has a thought.
Go ahead, Franz.
Well, I just, at some point, like to address this.
Well, that's basically all I have.
You're not the only board that represents Brattleboro in this question, I think. The Representative Town Meeting Finance Committee is very concerned about this, and we discussed it at some length at our last meeting last week. I think just from a purely political standpoint, there's a lot that could be done. It's true that the decision is not up to us, but I think the process is open to us. And I would think certainly getting our legislators on board in this discussion to hear what they think and also tell them what we think, and have different groups approach the Board of Education to register what we think about this. I would go so far as to say there might be people in Vernon who would want to say, well, we don't really want to be in this newly created supervisory union with the unified Wyndham folks. So, you know, I don't know what they're thinking about it, but I think it would at least be worth exploring the matter with people from Vernon and see how they want to approach their new situation. I think it's a very fruitful topic for discussion, and one that I think this board, as well as other individuals in town and other town boards, like the Finance Committee, might want to address. We have not come to a position on this. We're still learning about it, but Frank was good enough to forward us information from the Board of Education, or the agency, I guess, of Education about Act 46. And if you read through the introduction, it is clear that the whole purpose of Act 46 was exactly to avoid having boards like this. And it, you know, it just goes chapter and verse through the thinking. And if you just reflect that back to the Board of Education, I think you've got some very strong arguments about why this is not the most efficient and justifiable structure.
The draft of my letter so far. But perhaps we don't need to address this until early January if there's some movement, because if it's not going to go through and there'll be an injunction, then perhaps it's worthless to spend time on this. But there's one other side of this that I think we could, I have some concerns, and I have not formulated my final thought on this, but we could also look at the representation of the board and the way the board is formed.
Yes.
But let me just say that, so the board and the study committee's merger articles, we spent a lot of time on the board issue, and Brattleboro remained neutral on purpose all throughout. And the biggest concern of the smaller towns is that Brattleboro would control and just close one of their towns because Brattleboro's big and they're small. And they were trying, what they liked about having Vernon in it is that it balanced. If everybody had one from the smaller towns and 4 or whatever from us, then it balanced it out better. With Vernon gone, it didn't balance as well. Our merger articles are not what we're working with from the study committee. They're the state imposed board created. And their board for the merged entity has 2 representatives from every single town. So Brattleboro with 12,000 has 2 for the 12,000 population, and everybody else gets 2. So Guilford gets 2. The difference, not that different from what the study committee did, but remember always that everybody votes. So it's 2 people representing or coming from Brattleboro, but nobody really represents a town because we're a merged entity. That's the whole thought process here.
But then why are there 2 members from each town if nobody really represents a town?
It's
I mean,
more
I think
complex when you look at the elected board that comes after. Because that's voted across all of the towns.
right, but I'm just saying, if they didn't intend for it to in some way be these people are representing the interests of that town, then why would it be mandated how many people on the board had to come from each town? They could have just said, pick 9 people from the 4 towns. So I feel like it is supposed to represent the town.
So every part of the layout of the merger, the articles can be voted on or not be voted on, and can be voted by these people or whatever. It's all very, very specific. That particular section can only be changed, Lyle, help me with the...
It has to be a vote in all of the towns.
And it
To
has
Change representation?
Yes.
And if it were going to be done before the merger took place, it would have to have a vote in like February.
February 28th.
February 28th. So that seems highly improbable.
Yeah, I did talk with Nicole Mason. She said after July 1, we can still amend those articles of agreement. Each town has to vote on it. So each town would have to say, let's say we wanted 2 from Dummerston, 2 from Putney, 2 from Guilford, 5 from Brattleboro. Every town would have to be able to vote to agree to that structure.
With a commingled vote?
Yes.
Well,
So all would have to vote.
So if Brattleboro, by population, exactly what they fear in the smaller towns, if Brattleboro's population all said, yes, we need a larger representation, and all the little towns said no, we'd still win. I don't think that, I think that it's not.
I'm not sure on that.
I'm not sure on that.
I think it's not. I think it
Is
has to be
each
changed
town
by
has to
each
separately
town.
agree, or does it just by population?
I think it was because of exactly the scenario I'm laying out. I think that that was set up the other way. So that's a whole nother issue that we could try to potentially think about voicing an opinion or saying something if this board felt strongly, or if the select board or if town committees felt. Like I said, I just throwing this out so that everyone understands it. I personally don't know exactly where I stand on that, because no matter what on the board, like the budget is going to come back to the population to vote. So if on the board you have, I mean, I don't know exactly what we're all so worried about, but say it is, okay, there's only 2 people from Brattleboro, and suddenly Guilford's going to get tons of money and Brattleboro's been shorted. Well, if the Brattleboro people all see that way, then we wouldn't vote the budget. And so there's still a balance and a check there, I think.
But the town people refusing to approve the budget is a lot less power than the people who are making the budget in the first place.
There's that.
And I think that this is, I'm sure, by the way that the study committee's articles of agreements were created, that this concern was in mind, that if all of the other towns have much more power than Brattleboro's mere 2, then the fact that our schools and our students have a really high need. And well, why do they have such a high student to teacher ratio in Brattleboro when here at our school we only have blah, blah, blah? You know what I'm saying? That if people from the outlying towns don't see the value in the extreme amount of support that is needed in these schools, then it's going to be really detrimental to the whole town.
And again, there were arguments that Brattleboro purposely remained neutral during all of those discussions because there was more fear of a school closure on the outlying towns because the budget comes back to be voted on by everybody.
But
And
even
we have
if
a
you
larger
wouldn't have, I
population.
mean, regardless of the fact that you were made neutral, the study committee arrived at that conclusion
Correct.
anyway, that Brattleboro needed more of a voice than just a
Well,
two-per thing.
with pressure, because our legal representation to the study committee always said it had to be proportional.
Yes, proportional to population.
And then, and we spent hours upon hours on that.
Administrators.
Yeah, you guys can go wherever you want.
Please, you don't have to speak.
But we spent so much time on that, and they, in the
But
end.
why, if the lawyer said that it was required, then why did the state not?
Because a different lawyer looked at it a different way that's advising the state, is all I could understand. Because when they suddenly presented it and said it doesn't have to be proportional, we're like, we could have eliminated 20 hours of discussion at the study committee thing.
It's based on a hybrid model decision that was made that some attorneys chose to apply to this and others didn't. So it's really not its own precedent. But there is in the default articles, the
Thank you, guys.
initial board membership of 2 seats per town can be amended by the voters of the new union district. The transition board could call for a meeting of the new union district to amend that Article 10 to do.
But it has to be
It
by
done
the
by a certain
voters.
date, so it has to be by February 28th.
If we want it done before July 1, but Nicole May said on Monday, it can still be done. It just has to have the vote from each individual town.
So you can do it any year.
Any, exactly.
Do it any given year. You're just trying to get the new system launched with maybe different.
I know, I just feel like launching it and making that part clear from the very beginning
Yeah,
is cleaner.
I feel like it's going to be a harder sell
But-
to say to the voters of the outlying towns, do you agree that Brattleboro should add more representatives? Than to say, do you agree that Brattleboro should have 4 representatives or whatever it is?
The way that the concern about that is being viewed is really very different. It's that the way it's set up right now, the small towns are protected. But since every
But
vote,
Brattleboro is unprotected.
since, at this moment, but since every vote includes all the voters in all the towns, as you just pointed out, we have 12,000 voters and they have 7. Anything that goes on that ballot, Brattleboro voters are going to support and vote.
Although to me, when we had these discussions, I noted that when does Brattleboro vote in a block on anything? I mean, truly, when we look at the fire station and everything.
Polarized, and it's us against some other towns.
Maybe then. But so to me, to think everybody in Brattleboro would always vote
Well,
to say
plus it
close
just
Guilford
depends
would
on
be
like
hard.
what we were saying before though. Is it even gonna be a vote of the unified district? Or is it each town must vote to
I think
approve?
it was each town, but we'd have to clarify that. But to me, I think I don't know that there's anything we have to do right now. It sounds like nothing has to be done right now, and it sounds like January 2nd, if this filing is finally happening and all of that, would be better. But to me, I feel like there's 2 issues. One is the board representation as it sits right now, and the other is the Vernon question of being in the supervisory union. And the Vernon question I cannot stomach. I can't. If this board doesn't want to go through with saying anything else, then I don't care. I mean, I'll say that up front to any Vernon friend as well.
Because the other thing is.
In January, yes. I mean, I'm going
If
to
they
take.
don't get it done, and Vernon just kind of hangs out there and hooks up with Dover or somebody, we will have prepared a budget and possibly presented it with revenues that we aren't going to have. Because we get all the money that they pay into the supervisory union won't be there, only the tuition from the high school students.
Neither would the cost be. So,
It doesn't make any
Well,
difference.
but Lyle's cost is the same, your cost is the same, they're not paying their share of that. The cost of all of the administration remains the same for this district, but they're not contributing to it anymore.
So I'm agreeing, yes, definitely, let's wait till January to make more discussions. But to me, the board thing, I'm questionable about how much I want to fight about that one. The question on the Vernon situation, to me, is not right. That one, I feel like we have to speak up.
But do you feel like the most powerful way to do that is a letter from the board, or is some other way that we should be?
Yes, I've been, in my investigations and mumblings and trying to talk to various people, that seems the only way I've come up with it. We can take it to Secretary French and the Board of Education and say, look, because it's within their power to redraw lines of supervisory unions at any time. And they could, the letter, I mean, when Carrie presented that to us at the supervisory union meeting that night, she said, well, they make it clear, that for the time being, and don't expect this to be the final answer, but we're giving you a letter in writing right now. So, I mean, I imagine it's because they're thinking, these people have got to put together a budget, which is fair. I mean, Vernon does have to put together a budget.
But why would that be necessitating them remaining in the SU?
Because they're saying stay in the SU.
But I mean, if they're saying if you're saying it's just so they can put together a budget, why don't they just put together a budget?
Because
not
they
in the
haven't
SU?
met again. The Board of Education has to meet again. Vernon apparently was pressuring that you probably know more than me.
So
There's
you're
also
just
the
saying
whole-
they were just saying this is the status quo,
Go
so you
with
have to
that.
just operate on this until we make a
And
decision.
this
If
is
that's what
really
you're
one of
saying.
the smaller issues. There are MUDs that have to decide whether they go or don't vote to accept the towns that were assigned to. There's just all kinds of stuff that the state board's going to have to deal with.
And this is
But I
why
think
they came
Vernon's
up with
got-
the current
Vernon's got to create
number.
a budget that includes the cost of the supervisory union. They just don't know who they're going to send it money to.
There's the whole special ed, transportation,
Right,
all those
right.
things that run through a supervisory union. So Vernon, if they were to create a budget on their own, including all those costs, it would be a very different budget than running that through a supervisory union as they do now.
So that you think that the state would just likely assign them into their own SU, or
No.
into
They'll
someone
create
else's?
side-by-side structures so that
If they were assigned to, in my letter that I drafted, my suggestion is they go ahead and assign them to Dover and Marlboro's to Wyndham Central, it's called, right? Because Dover and Marlboro already do that. They send their people to BUHS, and, well, they have school choice, and many of them come to BUHS. So it would be a very similar situation. And they're not geographically, I thought they were further, but I've since found out that's not true. They're only like 30 minutes away from the central office.
Lyle, so the teachers and support staff in Vernon that are special ed,
that are obviously paid for by the SU.
And the English as a second language teachers.
If Vernon leaves, what happens to those teachers?
They're brought back to us. So they'll be reassigned in the schools here.
Or their positions might be cut.
Or, okay.
Well,
And it
well,
wouldn't
people
necessarily
with
be
less
the-
seniority
right, it
would
wouldn't
be
necessarily
ripped.
be
They would
the-
come out of our schools. Any new people that were hired would be, would have to be there.
It would be who's ever
And we
been
already
hired
have
last
contracts.
would be
Hired
cut.
last
Oh, no,
and
no,
their
that's
education
ours.
level. There's a couple different things that go into it.
So it's
Just one
all
more
down
thing
to
to keep
square
in
before
mind.
March.
I'm sorry.
Just one more thing to keep in mind.
So did you make any determination? Because I told Kelsey she should leave and I'd take notes for the end.
Well, I
sorry.
think after much, you can say, after much discussion,
No decision was made.
What are we even trying to decide right now?
well, how to proceed, whether, I think the main
How to
question I
proceed,
had was
nothing.
whether we wanted to look at a draft of a letter that I've started. And
I
to see.
would say yes, but maybe we'll just wait until
I think
after the
after much
holidays.
Yes.
discussion, we have tabled this matter until the January 2nd meeting, comma, pending a decision on
The injunction.
the filing of the lawsuit
Yes, the
and
lawsuit
decision
filing.
by the courts. Yes?
Agreed.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn. By
Seconded.
David, seconded, and all in favor were
Aye.
Thank you,
This is a record.